What I want to talk today is will and salvation, and what role does the will play in salvation? And it's a really hard thing to talk about because I think I have an understanding of it, or I see it, but I have a hard time talking about it. And I do remember that in the Ken Lowry Jordan Hall conversation, they spoke about it really well. So I'm going to play at least some parts of that and use that as a jumping off point to talk about this more. I think the way that they talk about time is really good, like Kairos and Kronos. And we'll try to really somewhat, I know this isn't my vibe, somewhat I want to slow it down. I messaged Jess because I often think of Jess. I love Jess as a conversation partner. I like just hanging out with him. So Jess might jump on and help me out after I talk about it a little bit, play some clips. He can basically come on whenever he wants because he's an admin anyhow on Nate's StreamYard. So because it's been a struggle for me. I said this in my post Pascha stream, and I said it a little bit, the little that I popped onto McMo's stream yesterday. I think, and this is part of living in Kronos, I think, versus living in Kairos, is that I am often struggling or tempted with manufacturing my own salvation. What does it mean? And a lot of this came up because Calvinism discussions come up all the time, distinctions between works righteousness, working out your salvation, fear and trembling. How do those dynamics work? And I spoke about that a little bit in the McMo stream, which I think is related. But it's a struggle. It's one thing to have the idea and the frame and the abstraction of how you think things work, and it's another thing to live that thing, right? To live it appropriately. And I often find myself trying to, this is what I call the gospel of just try harder. What up, Tayo? A lot of, I think, my personal struggles in sin and missing the mark, and my own, what would it be? My own, the suffering that comes from my own fallenness, my own sin, has to do with this of I call it the Protestant work ethic, or I say it's my own utopianism. Like, if I just do this, it's, despite how much I speak of Peter Rollins and the libidinal pursuit of the lack, I'm often trying to fulfill the lack with my will, I think, and that's part of the problem. That's a huge part of the problem. So let's play some of this clip, and then I'll use it as a jumping off point. I'll probably stop it and pause it some, but let's go with that, and then Jess will come and play. Other people can come and play, but I really want to try to break this down. This is kind of my own, and this is my own processing. This is I'm trying to work this out as I talk at you and with you. So let's give it a whirl here. I want to start at this one point in it. I think it's like 34. What is it? Yeah, 34:46 or something. I don't know what you're talking about with me casting out demons. I am trying to cast out demons, my own demons. I'm trying to repent of my false ideologies and idols, and I'm trying to do that in talking to you and talking about these things. So let's rock and roll. Let me know if all the audio stuff is good and working and whatever. Okay, here are we. Do I have it sped up? Probably. Let's slow it down. Depending on how complicated things are, or how difficult they are, how new they are, how hard I have to think about it, Depends on the speed. So sometimes you ramp it up to 2, sometimes you got to bring it down a little bit. But for these purposes, we're going to go with 1, okay? So they're talking about fall and Adam, basically. So here we go.
Let's talk about the angle of reversing the process in terms of practicality. So, like Adam, and I've been thinking about him sort of through this whole conversation, right? When you talk about Moses and the relatively minor infraction of hitting the rock versus speaking to it, right? Adam taking the fruit. Now, we understand it as a major infraction because obviously it's the origin point of all the dissonance. But like compared to a lot of sins that most people are happily committing on a daily basis, like just eating an apple that God said don't eat, or a fruit, right? Eating a fruit from a sort of from a practical standpoint, eating a fruit from a tree that says, hey, don't eat the fruit of that tree, doesn't seem like a big deal, right?
Okay, first thing that comes up is, and it's an idea we've talked about a lot in the corner, but it's the difference between gift and perhaps a communion-based co-creation or growth fostering proper dynamic and manufacturing it and will, even that, because that's Adam taking the fruit is an exercise of will, right? It's saying, because Satan comes in, plants the seed, the potential of, but didn't God say, and what about this? And you'll be like God. And so then you start, that's my understanding of the difference between what we talk about sometimes in this corner from St. Maximus, the gnomic and the natural will. The gnomic will is the analytical will, the will that can see different possibilities and chooses, and through analysis and discernment to make, well, it's maybe not discernment. See, this is where it all get, this conversation is super hard, because where are you analyzing and analysis paralysis and like this choice or this choice? And because I find myself with that all the time. I can see all the strengths on this side, not all of them, but I can see a lot of strengths on this side. I can see a lot of strengths on this side. I can see detriments on this side. I can see detriments on this side. And it's a very Chinese farmer thing where I can see both things having goods and having bads. And so then how do you choose? And that's that thing of analysis versus an integrated kind of discernment thing. And so that's a little bit of Adam or whatever. Jess, I see you. You can come in at any time. I'm just playing things. So whatever. Hey, buddy.
Hey,
Do
man.
you have any thoughts right away this morning?
No,
First,
let's
good
keep
to see
going.
you. Keep going. Okay, here we go.
Now, one of the really interesting things that has always fascinated me in that story is the idea that you will become like God, right? That the serpent says to Eve, right? Like God doesn't want you to eat the fruit because when you eat the fruit, you will become like God, knowing good from evil. Right. So there's the judge taking upon oneself the judge function to say this is the good thing and this is not the good thing, right?
Okay. There's so many things I'm going to want to comment on, and you could feel free to stop at any time and talk about things. But this is where it'd be great too. Phlebas coming hard already. Chinese farmers Antichrist. Jeez. So this I would love. I'm gonna have to. I'll maybe ask Yosef. I try to not over. Yosef is pretty accommodating and helping us understand all things, including Hebrew and Judaism. But even that, maybe we should look it up. Knowing good and evil. What is that word? You know what I mean? To know, because in so many Genesis 3:5. Let's go. This is all the Hebrew people are going to be pissed off at me, but I like doing word studies. And okay, let's go over here and share this other thing now. How do we stop? Let's share a different screen. Okay. Your eyes will be opened and you will be like God, knowing. Yodai. So this is apparently the word. Yada, 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 yada. Is that where yada comes from? Okay, it says to know, to perceive, to understand, to acknowledge, to know. And this is one of the struggles, right, when it comes to language, because the more that I know about like Semitic language or even Hebrew, it's so different. Like from an English Anglophone mind, you're coming at it. Even this, I'm trying to analyze it. Where in Hebrew, I feel like they're, because of the nature of the language, thinking in kind of a rival Sapir-Whorf hypothesis of how language shapes your consciousness. I think people who natively speak Hebrew and who practice Judaism, I think their mind just works in a different way, where that whole like Coleridge quote that Sherry and I love so much, that like the philosopher's privilege is to distinguish without division. Like you can distinguish two things without dividing them, so you can maintain multiplicity and unity. I think Hebrew, much more so than English, just has that in it. And so when I'm even analyzing these words, I'm just like, I don't know. Because that's one of my questions. What I was thinking when I was playing the video is to know, because that's one of my big frame things is what is proper knowledge, and I think that's knowing as you are known. So when the verse says that you will know, you will be like God, knowing good and evil, and obviously this is Satan, right, the deceiver. In what sense will you know good and evil, and in what sense does God know good and evil? Maybe you don't have any response to that.
Oh, you want me to respond?
I mean, if you have anything to say.
I was just looking at the same thing you were looking at, but I was just looking at the other usages of the Hebrew word, and so
This one? In here, you mean?
like if you click, where is it? Go back.
Okay.
I don't. Oh, the way I get to it is I have to go from the English.
Where are you talking?
Like if you NSAB, because my screen, like it lists all the occurrences. So like,
of this word? Of
yeah,
the Hebrew word. It should have that in here, I think.
it has it on the right hand side, but just
Oh, yeah.
I think it appears to be like a common word for knowing. It's not like a but also
Fully to recognize. See, like that's what's so crazy is like recognition and knowing.
yeah. We'll even look at Genesis 4:1 over there. The man knew his wife.
Right. Well, that's the
Like
kind of
that's
knowing that's more like what I'm thinking of, knowing as you are known,
yeah. So it's
Okay.
anyway. But then
it often implies a deep personal and relational knowledge, such as intimate relationship between God and his people or between individuals. So that would be,
yeah.
I mean,
And so
that's
to
kind of
have an intimate
what's going.
relationship with good and evil,
Yeah.
well,
That's not how you want to know good and evil, probably, or
well,
evil.
I mean, it. I always go back to the ethics of beauty when he talks about it, because he talks about it as when Satan does the temptation, uh, the way Timothy Petit says, he might be actually quoting some other church father, but he says basically Satan knew that Adam and Eve were like children, and that what he was asking them to do was going to basically traumatize them. And God's prohibition was to wait until they were ready. So there was a prohibition because they were like children still. And so what happened was the knowledge came too early, and then
So it's like Galatians 3 with the law. Like the law is good if you use it lawfully. Like the law is a school teacher leading you into maturity. But then it's kind of like what I talk about with my son. Like if he's not hitting his sisters when he's 20 because of obeying the rule from me, do not hit your sisters.
right.
Like I've failed. And you're submitted to the law in a way that doesn't lend toward your own maturation. you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think ideally, like, he doesn't hit his sisters, and then later on he realizes, like, I'm glad I didn't hit my sisters because I know that it's not a good thing, and
Mhm.
not that he continues in the mode of just like, I'm not gonna hit my sister because my dad's gonna be mad at me.
But I mean,
Um,
that's kind of what so many I feel like that's what so many Christians or like new atheists or whatever, that's kind of the general framing, isn't it? Not to get too far afield because we got to get back
yeah.
to the
Well,
conversation.
well, I mean, like sometimes that's necessary. It's a necessary thing. You're just like, I just obey because he told me to. I don't understand any of it.
Yeah, but
And
even that's different than like daddy's gonna hit me.
yeah, that's true. Um, but there is God punishing his people and the other nations. Like it's
Well, because a good father disciplines those he
yeah,
loves.
so you have that too.
All right, let's get
Um,
back. Let's not get
anyway,
too
yeah,
far afield. Here we go. Sorry.
Chinese
This is
farmer is the
if I was a better
Antichrist.
huh?
The Chinese farmer is the Antichrist.
Yeah. If I don't not think so. Well, I mean, it could be like most things. But if I was a better streamer, I would know when to pause and know when not to pause. I'm just like, you could double click on anything. I was like, I could stop here and talk about this one point for the rest of eternity. So,
Yeah.
all right, let's go back. Nope, never
You're going
mind.
back to the video?
Yeah, I just started playing it, but I hadn't shared it. Like,
Oh.
I just started
And
playing
also,
it for myself.
Ken Lowry needs to adjust his audio levels when he posts things. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah,
Little
Ken.
roast of Ken.
Yeah, Kenneth. Okay, here we go.
The good thing, and this is not the good thing, right? I'm in a problem situation. I know what the good thing to do is to fix this problem, right? And then also judging myself, right? Having the capacity to say no, that's bad, right? Judging myself, hyperlooping the sin down upon the sin, right? Doubling down on the sin such that I instantiate into my embodiment my sinningness, right?
Mhm.
So and there's a way that right, when you talk about the denial of a possibility, right? In the party, I see, like, I could have met the woman who I would marry and grow this wonderful life with, but I'll never actually even see that because I have chosen I've chosen to force reality to be a certain thing. And if God is that which creates reality, and also therefore that which says what's good, right? Then I have actually taken upon myself the position
Mhm.
to foreclose a certain reality. And the reality that I'm going to end up with is always less than what would have been, right? So let's just notice that. Those are sort of like some necessary fundamental features. So I want to
Okay, there's a point. I want to stop it because that point just reminded me. I hope I can find this quickly. I've asked. There's this George MacDonald quote that reminded me of what he just said, or what he just said reminded me of the quote. And I asked Cal to send it to me because Cal quotes it all the time and I never remember it. And so I was like, can you please just say it to me so that I can remember it? I bet I didn't save it. Son of a gun. This is terrible.
You need the Luke Thompson Wikipedia that has all your stuff in it.
I have like
The wiki.
what the hell was it? Cal, tell me what it is. Put it in the comments. It's something like I'm gonna totally butcher it. It's terrible because it's got like a double negative or a triple negative or something in it. And it's basically like it's from Lilith and it's something like, what if because he's saying they're having this conversation. They're like, there's a good that God has for you. And then the person says, well, what if I disobey though? And then the character says something like, then the good that God had intended for you
Oh yeah.
will not come. But then he says, but
Isn't that from Lilith?
It is from Lilith, I think, but I can't remember it's
Yes.
such a convoluted quote, and I think it's right. It's one of those things where George MacDonald is right, but it's just like to wrap your head.
Because it's the crow talking to what's his name?
Okay, I don't remember. We're gonna have to come back to it, but basically, it's like it's having to do with what he's saying and these and kind of potentialities and what actually happens, and it's a relation. It's very
Yeah.
related because it's a relation of your freedom and your will in relation to God, and it's not like a because ultimately that's what a lot of this stuff comes down to. It's not like a kind of open theism where because that's essentially the Greg Boyd open theism position. Open theist is that the future is open. And in a
Yeah.
sense, that kind of makes sense in like a multiverse thing because like the future is not fixed. But I almost like the idea of the multiverse where it is both fixed and not fixed. It just depends on what you mean. And that has to do with the Kairos point, which maybe we should just get on to that Jordan's going to talk about because I think he talks about it really well. So let's just go there.
I want to propose sort of at least a piece of how this gets reversed, or like how Jesus shows this to be, how Jesus reverses.
Can we recapitulate the scene in the garden first, just to make sure it's clear? Because in some sense, what I want to do is I want to slow down and like really, really zoom in.
Yeah. Okay,
and
great.
for me, the image is, and I think that, well, okay, just do the image. So Eve, by the way, we have Eve, and we have Eve fully 100% listening to God.
Yep.
There's nothing going on in her experience besides hearing God and doing what he says obediently and beautifully.
Yeah.
So like that makes me think Green Lady, Paralandra, no separation, no analysis. It's like a pre-fallen, kind of like in Paralandra and the Green Lady, when the point that I always bring up when Ransom first comes to the planet and he's on the undulating island, separate from the Green Lady, and she sees him from afar off and she gets all excited because she thinks it's the king because the king and her have been estranged. And then he gets closer and closer, and then she recognizes, she perceives, she knows, whatever, that it's not the king. And then she's not disappointed. She's basically just like neutral. She's just like, oh. And then Ransom comes up and then they have that big long dialogue where he basically asks her, because as a Thulkandra, silent planet human being, fallen human being, he says, oh, you weren't disappointed when I wasn't the king. And she doesn't even understand. She has no capacity for understanding what he's even talking about. She's just like, what? And then she says, oh, you see this, you have this expectant good that you want. And then when God, Malal gives you the actual good, you have the capacity to hold on to the expectant good versus the actual good that Malal has given you. She's like, oh, I'm growing so old.
Yeah.
Lewis is such a genius. But that's why that book is one of the reasons that book is so profound, is he's kind of showing you that thing is Eve, or the Green Lady, has this completely, it's not even wrong to say integrated, because it's not reconciled, it's undivided. It's just like it's like a childlike oceanic oneness almost of obedience to God. Like she didn't even have the capacity to not do what God wanted.
Yeah.
Like it hadn't even entered her mind.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say, or should we continue?
No, let's continue.
Okay.
Let's keep going.
Should I stop pausing it so much? Here we go.
Yeah.
No, you're good.
And then the next image, and this I have kind of like eyes up like that. The next image is the image where she moves from 100% to anything less than that.
Right.
Where it's not the point where she convinces herself that, sure, eat the apple or eat the fruit. It's the moment where the possibility of even considering anything other than the will of God enters into reality.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Right. And that moment literally creates an entirely different reality. That's the fall. Right. So what happens is all at once, instantaneously, we move from a complete experience of ion and
Yeah.
Kairos
Yeah.
into a realm of the horizontal, which I've been calling Kronos.
Oh yeah.
Can you pause?
Yes,
Can you
that's
explain? Can you explain to me what they have been talking about for the last minute?
well. So I can try, but essentially what they're saying there is what I mean by divided man. Man who's like, and I think how it relates to time and why I put time in there. Let's go back and let's do it again, and then we'll talk about it. Because I mean, what do you, like?
Also,
What?
I
Go
was
ahead.
hoping that Sherry would come in and provide the quote.
She did. She did. Your hope is fulfilled. Okay, let's go back a little bit.
Apathy,
Yes. Okay.
considering anything other than the will of God, enters into
Or go back a little
reality.
further.
That is the image where she moves from 100% to anything less than that.
Right.
Where she not, it's not the point where she convinces herself that, sure, eat the apple or
Yeah.
eat the fruit. It's the moment where the possibility of even considering anything other than the will of God enters into reality.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Right. And
Yeah.
that moment literally creates an entirely different reality.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the fall.
I think what
Thinking that something other than the will of God enters into reality.
yes, and he's like that. I think Jordan is very serious. He's like when he says it literally creates a whole nother reality. It creates like a split. You could almost think of it as like cell division.
Mhm.
You know, and it just goes, and then there's this whole other world that you can live in, like the world of the upside down.
Yeah. When I was looking for the quote, I saw this other one that no, I can't find it. Where is it? It says, "There is no harm in being afraid. The only harm is doing what fear tells you. Fear is not your master. Laugh in his face and he will run away." But it's like taking another master instead of, it's either fear or shame or guilt or something like that.
Well,
It
and
becomes
that's
the master.
fear, but I mean, I think that's why perfect love casts out fear, because it's you're throwing away that master, because then you're resubmitted to this full love of God, but in a way that is after the fall. Like it's a voluntary resubmission into it that Eve pre-fall didn't even have.
Yeah, well, that's the spiral dynamic thing.
Yeah.
That where like it's greater than what was before.
Yes, and so that and I mean, and I think this is why I don't know. Apparently, quick aside. Apparently, Nathan Jacobs is going to be doing a deep dive into Leibniz, and whatever. I'm no Leibniz scholar. I've never
I
read
don't even
Leibniz,
know what he does.
but I've read little things about him. So Leibniz is what he's really known for is the saying, "The best of all possible worlds," like that thing. Is a Leibniz thing, and I was into him a little bit for a while, and like a
What time period is he?
Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, polymath. Let's share this.
Like 1800 something.
Let's go here. 1600s to 1700s.
Dude, look at that hair.
Yeah, I mean, Sam Tiedemann, eat your heart out.
I want Sam to don a royal wig.
So he was a German polymath, activist, mathematician, philosopher, scientist, and diplomat. Has been called the last universal genius. Jesus. The last universal Jesus.
Genius.
Due to his vast expertise across fields. Okay, come on. We don't need history. We need philosophy. We need his rationalism, pluralistic idealism, foundationalism, conceptualism, indirect realism, relationalism.
Optimism.
Things exist and function only as relational entities, aka personalism. But I'm pretty sure that his is the best, possible worlds. The work of Leibniz anticipated modern logic and still influences contemporary analytic philosophy, such as its adopted use of the term possible world. But I'm pretty sure he was the best of all possible worlds. But where I like to play off of that, and I've had a lot of conversations with Cal about this is, and because we talk about this, like Cal will say something like, to see a limit as the limit is to already be beyond the limit. So like if you're saying this is the limit, or like
yeah,
the
you
set of all
already
sets,
understand a larger picture.
yes, it's just implied or indirect or apophatic in some sense. Or like to say the multiverse, like it's not a universe, there's many universes. Well, guess what? That's just called the universe. Like whatever everything is the universe, you know? And so it's like a lot of these are semantics and wordplay, but so like even if, so I don't know, one of my and all models are false, some are useful. That's a helpful thing to remember. So even if this idea of the multiverse is true, which is kind of a way that I've been thinking about things recently, is that you have it's almost like I have this saved on my phone. It's almost like this picture that I think mostly not working, shared on Twitter at one point or something. But it's like an image of like all these different paths coming to this point right here. So like there are many paths like on the screen coming in to this one where you are, and then in the future there's all these different paths that you can take.
Yeah,
Like
I know what you're talking about.
essentially once you've made a decision along any of those paths, though, it's set.
Yeah.
You can't go back to a different path. That is your path, but then there's all these other paths. And I almost think that what the multiverse is that all of those possible things exist, because I think that's the duality of possibility and actuality. Is like for something to be possible, I think you need the flip side of the coin, which is its actuality, it actually existing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's just mere possibility without actuality.
Mm-hmm.
And so in a multiverse theory, it's just like all those possibilities are actual, but not necessarily for you in Kronos. Because when you make that decision, that's your Kairos. This is what they're going to get into. That's your Kairos moment where nothing else could happen. It's like when Jonathan Peugeot says, when you do the dishes, you don't do it out when you're skiing on the mountainside. You do the dishes like after the table has been cleared, when all the dishes are in the sink, and then you do the dishes.
Right.
It's the Kairos
When
moment.
it's time to do the dishes.
Yes. And I think somehow, I don't know how this works, but like the Whitestone name is the integration of all of the U's somehow.
Of all of the U's?
Yeah, all the different possible U's that are actual.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't really know what that means. But that's how I think about it.
Okay, so let's go back to the video.
Okay.
And let's listen to that part from where you stopped.
And also, Nate says he's not implying a multiverse, but a false reality, the closed world.
Yeah, you fall into a different reality.
Yes.
Because of how...
But part of that's reconciliation. You know?
What do you mean?
Well, so this is what I've been realizing too with like falls and it is kind of a Chinese farmer, like, is this bad? Because that's Charles Williams' main point from The Descent of the Dove is he says, if the whole point of the church is reconciliation, to bring things back together, communion, forgiveness, in order for that to happen, there needs to be separation.
Yeah, well, and Ken said there, he's like, the fall creates the first dissonance. I don't think that's true. I think the first dissonance is creation. When God says it's not good for man to be alone. And this is before the fall. This is, and this gets into what does it take to create the wife for the husband. Like, it's not
That's
just
a splitting of the wife too from your rib.
Yeah, well, it's also, you know, so he says it's not good for man to be alone. After he made it's creation, it is good, it is good, it is good. Then it's not good, and then he creates Eve from his side. But John Baer talks about this way to view that whole thing is, or all of Scripture leading up to Christ is the completion of man. He's the completed man.
Yeah.
And what the church is the creation of, well, the bride. And so you have like within that, because it's not good for man to be alone. So it's almost like, it's not good for the second person of the Trinity to be alone. And so this creation, and so this not good, this dissonance is inherent in, maybe Ken means something slightly different when he's talking about
church-
dissonance, but
Church of
I
the
don't.
contradiction, huh?
Well, it's one of those things where you're like, why did, so we fell and now God's got to fix it. But then you just have to ask the question, why did God let us fall?
Yeah.
And then they're like, well, God allowed it because he wants this or that or whatever. And I'm just like, I part of me just wants to say like it's all part of the plan.
Mm-hmm.
Not that it had to be that way and it didn't have to be that way.
Yeah. I love the lyrics from this, by the way. Oh, sorry.
What is it?
Dave Bazan's Curse Your Branches. Because he says what you just said, that's what he said. Because the chorus is like, all fallen leaves should curse their branches for not letting them decide where they should fall and not letting them to refuse to fall at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's not. Yeah, I saw this, but let's not.
I don't know.
I love
arc.
I love the question, but we stray too far afield.
Okay, let's go back
just on our own. Let's get back to the video. Back to the video.
All right. So what happens, an ability of even considering anything other than the will of God enters into reality.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Right. And that moment literally creates an entirely different reality.
Yeah.
That's the fall. Right. So what happens is all at once, instantaneously, we move from a complete experience of ion and Kairos into a
what does he
realm
mean?
Wait, which I've
from ion and ion is the I just understand that is the age, and then Kairos is the flow of time.
I think
like the age, meaning the era we're in, is the ion. That's how.
I don't know exactly what he means by ion, but my understanding of Kronos and Kairos is Kronos. Well, depending on how you mean flow, Kronos is like the linear,
the flow of time as you experience it.
Well, it's almost as you think about it, because it's like moment to moment. Kairos is like, I think of Kairos as like the eternal now. So Kairos is.
I thought Kairos was when it was time to do the dishes.
It is.
And it's eternally time to do the. I think Kairos is like, it's time to do one thing or another. It's the fullness of one thing or another, and then there's like the fullness of all things happening all at the same time. I don't know.
Yeah,
the Kairos of Kairos.
This is why it's so hard. So like the opportune or right time to deliver a message or take action. So like it's about being timely, relevant to a specific context, making your message resonate with the audience. But like I don't like the Kairos thing. It's more like, okay, in theology, Kairos can refer to God's specific timing or moments of grace and purpose in a person's life. In contrast to Kronos, it is the ordinary chronological time. So I almost think of Kairos as like what's the Aquinas, the Thomistic term of like divine speech? It's like when thought and speech and action are one. It's just like boom,
the harmony of everything
is Kairos, which I think of as eternity, moments of deep meaning. So okay, I mean, I think that's what he means. What he's talking about with ion, I don't know, but let's go back again, because
I think it's the end of the ions are the ages, and there's a transition between ages, between one age and another. So the age before the fall to the age after the fall, or the age, whatever.
It's like,
that's how I thought.
Yeah, it's such a it's such a monumental shift that it's a new aeon, like it's a different age. Almost, like the different ages in the Lord of the Rings or something. Okay, we'll back it up a little bit and play.
Ion. Move from
Get on up.
a complete experience of Ion and
Yeah.
Kairos
Yeah.
into a realm of the horizontal, which I've been calling Kronos.
Oh yeah. Okay. Sure.
And that's it. Like once she's there,
Yeah.
exactly what trajectory she takes in terms of where her understanding leads her is not actually particularly relevant. Maybe it happens a certain way, but the point is, once you've dropped into this place, once you've dropped down from being 100% in continuous fluid relationship with the mind and the will of God to anything less than that, you're now on a downward spiral trajectory of being more and more reliant on your horizontal capacity. So her eyes go from here to here. And what's happening now is that she is looking at the tree and she's trying to make sense of the tree on the basis of her own understanding at an amount greater than 0 or amount greater than epsilon 0. So
Epsilon 0.
Right. This is where it's just like, yeah, thank you. I mean, this is where he's so like technically analytical that I'm just like, it's fine. It's one of those things that's fine, but I'm like, it's inaccessible for me. So what makes me think though is like there's obviously a moral component to this, but it's also like a necessary. I mean, seems to me like a necessary, inevitable fall, but maybe not. Like Lewis would say, I think Lewis is basically saying in Paralandra that like there's a fall and a maturity that happens in Paralandra that isn't an immoral fall. Like that maturity doesn't involve a moral failure in Paralandra. And I don't know if it's because I think of these things fractally too, like how much of this mirrors and models just natural biological growth, of like a child and a mother from a womb and oneness to the breast, and it just keeps moving away, and you're still very reliant on them, and to the point when they're like 18 and go out in the world and you have to leave your father and mother and go start your own thing. Like part of that is just a necessary evolution. And there's a really great point too. I'm also thinking of the conversation with Sam and Father Bear, their last one, where they were talking about his translation, his most recent translation, I think is it a Gregory of Nyssa text or something? But he's talking about how there's a section there I've played clips a bunch of, but obviously it hasn't set in enough where I can just repeat it. Where he's talking about, I don't know if it's sin, but like just essentially this is a built-in part of becoming. Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you remember that? I mean, maybe
I remember the idea. I don't remember specifically the.
Yeah. It's about a fall into ego consciousness, and history doesn't exist without ego consciousness. Yeah. Well, let's go back to the video more.
So that's the point.
Yeah.
So then we can start going, okay, so now we could jump forward to Christ, I think.
Well, yeah, I think that's really helpful, and I like that a lot. So just to make sure I'm tracking you, to see, this would be at the level of the move prior to her capacity to even engage with the serpent.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's a perceptual shift that happens prior to that.
Yep. Yeah, there's something going on that just begins to open. So we see the cascade as things begin to move in a certain direction, but it's actually right there, that little fluctuation.
Yeah. But the story is always 2 steps behind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From our point of view.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're in these kind of complex feedback loops, and you call them hyperloops, and more sin being embodied in all kinds of different aspects of reality and life.
Yeah.
We have certain stories where we have murder and weapons and tools, and so we're going forward now.
Yeah, so it cascades down. So there's a theme through the life of Christ that is, so focus on the will here. right? The will of Christ. So this comes out of Saint Maximus a lot, like Saint Maximus the Confessor. Is, that how does it work for Christ to have a human will and a divine will? Like, what's the position of the human will of Christ, such that, or let's say it this way: what's the position of the human will of Jesus of Nazareth, such that it is in fact he is in fact the incarnation of Christ, and this is maintained, right? This isn't just sort of like a moment, boom, he's there, he's done, the whole thing's over. It's like, no, you live for 33 years in that. Like, so what happens there? So there's a couple interesting things. Like, one of the things is that Jesus goes through the temptations in the wilderness and the deep sort of testing prior to at least a public display of the indwelling of the Spirit of God and injunction to ministry and all that stuff with the baptism with John the Baptist and the descent of the dove and all that. And the three temptations that he gets in the desert, like the first one is,
sorry, I have to go fix my gutters. So because it's raining a lot and I need to fix them because there's the problem, they're plugged. So
Okay.
you just carry it.
All right.
You can open it up.
Where's
or
the link? Share.
Here, I'll do it. I'll put the link out, and then
put the
you
link
can
out,
invite
and I
people
can.
in and keep playing, and I'll just come back and play about it more. There's so much. I don't know that we'll get to really
Well, I think
what I'm trying to do, but I have to go quick, and I'll come back. So you take
Okay.
you take over.
you're coming back though eventually.
In a little bit, I'll be back.
Okay. All right. Okay. So if anyone wants to come on. I guess the one thing that was coming to mind was what Jordan was talking about is he's talking about something that's happening internal to Eve. So he talks about she's looking at the fruit, she's considering what the snake is saying, and she's going to make a decision about this. So she's heard from Adam or from God not to touch the fruit, but then the snake is offering a different perspective, and then but he talked about it as a tiny fluctuation that changed in her in order to then make the decision and then he talks about the cascade of events that happens after. But I guess I want to focus on what is that tiny fluctuation that he's talking about. Is that where Eve's will is engaged? Is that where ego consciousness is born? I'm trying to use words that other people have been using in the chat and what Luke has been saying. Is that what is that? And is it a thing? Like, are we supposed to over psychologize this? Like, are we leaning too heavy on psychology and sort of this that small fluctuation could then have a butterfly effect that would do all the things it did, but when is it too late? What's the sign that things have gone too far? A doubt in the heart of Eve. I think Romans talks about a lie. Well, you're already back.
Well, so I went out, and it's just like it cleared itself. There was enough water pressure.
The Lord did it. Okay, so I was just soloing there on Jordan mentioned the tiny fluctuation that happens in Eve.
Mm-hmm.
And he says it seems like a butterfly effect kind of scenario. It's this tiny flap of the butterfly wings that then affects this plant that then and then we have a hurricane down the line.
Right.
But without that little flap of the butterfly wings, we don't have the cascade of events. And
Is it a bullet with butterfly wings?
a bullet with butterfly wings.
Isn't that a Smashing Pumpkins lyric or album?
I don't know. I was never into Smashing Pumpkins.
I wasn't either, really. So
Wait, well, what is that? What is he talking about when he's talking about the time fluctuation? Is that the will? Is that doubt? Is that like in Romans when Paul's talking about the lie at the heart?
So I think it's a seed. It's probably a seed of doubt, or it's a seed of something. It's an opportunity.
Mm-hmm. The seed of sin.
Yeah, it's a potentiality, because I don't think at that moment. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's the difference between sin and iniquity, or something. Because like iniquity is the inclination to sin, or even having that possibility open to you. Because I don't think, because that's what he's talking about. She was like 100% fully in God. There's not even a doubt, and then all of a sudden it's just like even having the capacity to question that just absolute alignment entered into the reality of it. But like, okay, I want to keep going on this thread because I want to talk about intellectually, but eventually I want to get to like working out my own salvation with fear and trembling, and my existential angst of my own trying to will my salvation constantly. Because that's where I want to make it, personal, I guess, because that's my shit. And that's what I need, I think, rather than I know, how then shall we live in the world? And so, I think, because from a Christian, in a Christian frame, right, we would say, because the kind of atheistic thing of like, or what Dave Bazan says, like, why does he allow it even to fall at all? Why is there a snake in the garden, as Sherry's always saying? What's the point of all this? And I think in the Christian narrative, it's because Adam and Eve it was good, but it wasn't perfect. That's his father John Bear's point. That wasn't perfect man. Adam wasn't perfect man.
Well, and also it's not good for man to be alone. And so,
yeah.
Well, I just think like that is such a, anyway.
Because, well, in this, like, this is kind of what we're trying to get at. I mean, free will is such a, is such a hard conversation. I mean, it's all the Calvinism talks, it's all the universalist talks, it's all of these discussions have to do with what is this free will thing. And it's because he loves us, because do you want, I guess, even as me as a father, do I want my child, when there's like the little kid who just does what you do because they have this complete and total trust and faith in you, and they're just like, okay, like they almost don't even have a differentiation from you to themselves, they almost don't even have their own sense of self evolved at all when a kid's really little, and they just do whatever, they just follow you around and obey you perfectly, which is beautiful. It's beautiful in its own right. But yet what you ultimately want is a full-grown adult with their own children who still honors and respects you as a father and loves you, but is their own full, unique person. Like that's the goal. And at some point to get there, they have to go through, this teenage phase and their own versions of fall. Like, I don't know. This is where I don't like, even
who is it that has the theory that we basically go through all of human history in our development? There was someone that had that.
I think there's a lot of people who have that. I mean, it kind of seems like a Douglas Harding thing, his whole 4 stages of development, right? Because isn't that it's like the infant, the toddler, the and then isn't it the adult and the seer? I think those are the stages that he has. And the seer is essentially when you become headless. Like I mean, I don't know Harding well enough, and I haven't read that book, but it's essentially like, which reminds me of Raj and like, and and that whole tradition of like headlessness, where that's part of their whole faith, is like you enter in the tent and they cut off your head. That's full submission. But like, it's not I feel like there's another video from a while ago. I can't remember who. Oh, it was on Grail Country, and Nate was talking to two guys. I don't remember what the subject was, but they were talking about this, and one of them said it really well. And they were saying, because they talked about the ego, because I tend to, in my frame, I've always talked about the egoic intellect, and ego is a primarily bad thing. But they spoke about it in a way where they said ego isn't in Christianity. Ego isn't intrinsically bad. It's the goal is to submit. I think that's the struggle.
Ego has its purpose in its right place.
Right.
Yeah.
And I guess it's a submission of that, is like your ego can't be ultimate. And that's this thing that I'm trying to figure out between, like, on one hand, it's so simple because you can just say, like, this is where I'm at. I can give you the Sunday school answer of like Jesus in Gethsemane or Mary, of just like, let it be to me according to your word. And I'm just like, okay, cool. What does that mean for me? In like in the constant struggles that I have in my daily life all the time.
Yeah. I've thought at times that, like, I'll hear about, practicing monks or that will constantly let's say engage in just a practice of humility. And that at some points you're kind of like, is that even necessary? Like, it seemed like you're engaging in the humility, just like, it's like, could there be too much? Like, you think it could be excessive, but then you also think of the idea of, like, they're practicing it, and so, like, they're getting really good at it. And so they use every opportunity in life to practice. It doesn't matter if it's the right thing to do in the moment or not. I quote unquote right thing to do in the moment or not. You practice humility whenever you have an opportunity. And so whenever there's a chance that you could humble yourself before someone, or humbly do it, like, just take the opportunity. Like, just do it.
Yeah.
Like that's the other viewpoint of it. And yeah.
That made me think of a funny that I want to add. It was something. Oh yeah. So one of my friends, Trip, he shared this. He said, my latest book purchase, and he shared this the other day, and it says, like, how to remain humble when you've never been wrong in your life. and like, it made me think of that, because that is true. I think that is the saintly thing. Like, whether or not in an abstracted, objective way, let's say you're smarter than someone or wiser or more humble, the humble person, it's like that C.S. Lewis quote, like, the humility isn't thinking less of yourself, it's thinking of yourself less. You're not doing this sort of internal calculus. You're just paying attention to the other person and listening to them. And, in a Jordan Peterson way, like, maybe thinking that they have something they can teach you, but you're just so interested in them and whatever they're saying that you are, I don't know. I've been thinking about that too a lot, because it's almost like I think of it as hate. That Graham Greene quote I love, hate is a lack of imagination, but also boring, because David Busatil was putting me on blast, or he was questioning me the other day, saying I don't like small talk, but then he was saying this is small talk for the little corner. He's like, this is what our small talk is. This is like what we do, and I think that is true somewhat. And so, being all things to all people, or what up, Gavin, or being what the situation calls for, I think means what you were just saying, like the monk, practicing humility in all things. What does God want me to be right here?
Yeah. And maybe that's more important to practice it than to actually, it being I don't know.
Because at some point, I think it will become natural. It's like
Mhm.
I mean, essentially, that's like the Polanyi subsidiary focal integration. When you learn any skill, whether it's riding a bike or martial arts or singing or playing a guitar, you have to submit yourself to the focus of the thing, the practice of humility. Just do these humble things over and over and over. And eventually you become, and maybe that's the reps of even the Jordan Hall's, what does he call it? The perspectival knowing to transcendent knowledge, because it goes from quantitative, like the point, to qualitative, to the tonal thing, where it's like the drum beat that just becomes, and then you're humble.
Right. Yeah. Well, and then it seems like in my mind, you do that because there's going to be a moment where it's going to be absolutely necessary to be humble, to receive something, to whatever it is, and that in that moment you'll be able to receive that. Whereas if you weren't, then you wouldn't have been able to receive it, and then you would have lost something.
When does the humility, what if you have so much humility that you question the tradition itself?
Yeah.
Like there, you could be humble and say, I'm just going to trust the tradition. But you could even be so humble that you say, I don't even know if I can trust the tradition.
Yeah. Well, then what are you humble to then, I guess, would be the question.
Yeah, that's the right question.
Because you have to submit to something, so you're going to submit
the thing greater than the tradition itself.
Yeah, but there's these weird paradoxes. Like there's one that I've heard, I think Zizek talks about it, but or maybe Rollins does. It's the Catholic priest in Nazi Germany before World War II, and starts hearing the stories of the Jews being taken to camps, and he basically comes up with an idea. He's like, what if we all converted to Judaism? Like if all Catholics in Germany converted to Judaism, there would be so many Jews they couldn't like do this plan. But converting would be to renounce your faith. But then in renouncing your faith, you are fulfilling it, by loving your neighbor. So, like this is
it's a very silence. I mean, that's like the
like
whole idea in the silence.
Yeah, where it's like, you deny Christ by stepping on the fumi, but then in the moment when he's presented with the fumi, he hears Christ say, "Tread on me." I was born to be tread on, and what do you do with that? Like that's a wild story.
What's the fumi, Jess?
It's just an image of Christ. It's like an icon of Christ.
You guys see this hail that's just falling? Can you see the hail?
What the hell?
What the hail? There we go. That's how I become more like Gavin. What the hail?
I sound like my IQ is very low.
Yeah. No, it's the fumi is like it's a Catholic, it's essentially an icon. It's just like it's an image that was considered like a sacred thing. And in the book, it either had, I think in the book it was always of Mary.
Is it Mary?
I think, but in the movie they make it an image of Jesus or Mary or something like that. But I'm pretty sure it was always Mary in the book. And then what they would do is they would have you in Japan under the shoguns when they were persecuting Christianity. That was their way of outing hidden secret Christians. Is they just like,
to step on the image.
Recant your faith, and they'd be like, okay, yeah, I'm not a Christian. They'd be like, okay, then step on this. And then a lot of them would just be like,
Jesus says it's okay. He actually says it's okay. Don't blaspheme the Holy Spirit, but you can blaspheme Jesus all you want. I'll take it.
Well, and that's that spoiler alert. That's the powerful message of the book at the like pivotal and like the peak moment of the book. Those are the words, because the priest hears Jesus. He like hears him in his mind say that, and this is like one of the only things there's been about 3 works of art that have taken my breath away, like in the actual sense of the word, where like I couldn't breathe.
Mhm.
And I read that line where he's just like, Jesus, he heard Jesus say, step, step. It's why I came into this world, to be trampled by men. And I was just like,
Yeah, gives me I just got goosebumps. You know,
I was just like,
it's beautiful.
ah! Yeah. That's why it's in
What are the
my,
other
it's in my
works
top
of art?
5.
Yeah, what's the top
Um,
5?
Well, the books. The other pieces of art that have taken my breath away. The other one that I know, there's a few. The one that I know off the top of my head right now is it's a lesser known movie. Like I don't think hardly anyone watched it. I absolutely adore it. It's called
Probably.
Man Down. It's a Shia LaBeouf movie.
Oh, I think you got me to watch that. Yeah, I watched that. You told me about it.
And the scene, I don't know, it's about this soldier who has PTSD and him coming back, and he's basically having a really hard time of discerning reality, essentially. And I don't want to give the movie away, but like the last scene in it, like I was just ugly crying, just like to the point where like my wife was upstairs. I was watching it by myself, and she like came down and she was just like, "Are you okay? Like, are you gonna survive this?" I was like, "I don't know, just leave me alone."
Hold me.
Ah,
You needed
So-
you needed a tough shoulder to cry on, so your wife came down to comfort you.
I don't know. I didn't need anybody right then. I needed to be by myself.
I love it.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
he's got good. He's a really good actor. I think he always does the best films, but he is so underrated. I think he's one of the best actors out there.
He is one of the best. That's like, it's an aside. I saw some John Barenthal interview, because they've worked together a number of times. An interview where someone asked him about Shia LaBeouf and working with him, and that's what he said. He's just like, he's the best actor in the business. He's just like, watching him do it, he's so unbelievably good and fully committed that it's painful.
Yeah, I noticed it. I think the first time I noticed it was what was it? It was Charlie Countryman or something. And I don't even remember if that movie was good or bad. But there's this one scene in the beginning, and he has to pull the plug on his mom, and just seeing his expression just change. It's just like, holy crap, that guy is a good actor. He can, yeah,
Yeah, the dude's got
he's good. So I was gonna ask though, I've been trying to listen. I missed the beginning, but I've been trying to like piece there what you guys were talking about, Jordan Hall and the Garden of Eden, and
So, like I was telling Jess earlier, I mean, this is like, on one hand, it's, for me, it's not I'm really trying to work through this stuff personally in my own life, because it's not just a mere intellectual exercise for me. I'm trying to figure out, because I see these recurrent patterns in my life, because a lot of my, for lack of a better word, besetting sins, or sins that I struggle with, and then sometimes there's coping mechanism sins that come out from that, are resentment is a really big one in my life. And I think a lot of it comes from this, because deep down I have this feeling, and I have resentment of people around me that like and this is pride too, of just like, I feel like I care more and I try harder than people around me, which is a, I mean, I know how that sounds, but like,
You're what
it's
they
just
call a
true.
try hard.
I guess, yeah.
Luke is a try hard.
I call him a
And
care a lot.
a Care that seems nicer. That makes me think of the Care Bears and Camelot. It's like the Care Bears and Camelot.
Welcome to Care a Lot.
Oh man, Nate, let's do it. Let's make
Knights
one.
of the Round Table at Care a Lot.
Heart.
Yeah, got a big heart tattoo.
I'm the heart Care Bear for sure.
I'll be the storm cloud with the rain.
There you go. Yeah. So I do kind of resent your beard growing. I can't grow a full beard. I think it's just a mustache. Nate is not having Care a Lot. So this is where, because truly, I mean, that's part of my personalism, or like back in the Voxer days, I don't know, what was it called, Jess? You were around, but I had like practical preaching and personalism part 1 through like 17 or something, where I would just I was like trying to work all these things out, because that's part of the talking about all these ideas is just, I mean, really at the end of the day, it's fun, but also for me, it's a way of exercising my own demons. Like I want it to actually lead to holiness and transformation. And so, and I'm sick of these patterns in my life, I'm sick of I hate feeling resentful, and I hate,
Luke, have you ever just sat around all day and did nothing?
no.
No.
I think a long time ago. So I have a local buddy who has wanted me to do like meditation or contemplative prayer or something like that for a
Not
long
even
time.
that. Nothing.
Well, but I mean, that's part of what meditation is like, that is what you're doing.
It's making something out of nothing.
I mean, maybe. What would doing nothing even look like?
Can't even breathe.
Yeah. So,
Well, you would just observe the breath. You wouldn't even like, and can you observe it without observing? Could you notice?
I would do less than that. I would ignore the breath. That's my
ignore it
method.
altogether.
I like PDK's suggestion, Luke. Yeah.
you what?
I like PDK's suggestion in the comments right there.
That's one of my coping mechanisms. So that's what I was talking about.
Yeah. These people use it, maybe they know something you don't.
And I mean, and so like this is a little bit of a processing therapeutic small group section, which is also why the TLC is better. Like somebody's asked me when I was going to talk to Jordan Hall. I don't know when he's going to fucking have these kinds of conversations. That's when I'm going to talk to him.
Yeah.
like when he's going to talk about real shit, instead of saying like, what did
Epsilon.
he say? Epsilon 0. Like,
I just looked it up. You know what epsilon means? Just a
What?
small amount. Just a tiny amount, close to 0.
I do know that from college days.
I can't track with that guy. I have not I don't know what he says half the time.
I
Ooh.
chatted with him a couple times. I liked it. Like
I'm not gonna comment.
I mean, it's not. Listen, I'm not trying to shit on Jordan. I just mean there are part of the problem. Really, part of what I think is. So this is a little bit of an aside, but part of I think the emergent, what is it? Life. Let's use that word. Life of the TLC is that it's not just talking about ideas. The people that are still in. People that just get on there and just talking about ideas, it's part of the power of Rogan, actually, because he's not just talking about ideas. Like there are relational aspects of Rogan. I get sick and tired a little bit of people that think the answer is through mere intellectual conversation that's disconnected from what effect does this have on my real life and illustrating that. Jason, what are you laughing about?
Paul, when Chad was setting up his camera,
I was thinking the exact same thing. That's what style of humor kicked you over.
because Chad's hand is over the camera like this, and then
PVK in comments and trolling is like, this is where he shows that he's just like us.
He's just checking. I'm sorry, I was not listening at all.
Also, Jason, can you put in headphones? Your audio is terrible.
I think Jason's internet is terrible.
His internet connection, yeah.
Can you get a new internet connection, please?
Come on, it's relational ontology. You need a good internet connection.
Is mine working or no?
Yours
It's
is
working.
Okay.
I don't even know what this means, McMo. Luke needs that emergent church prophilicity. I haul to Gospel Coalition coded for Luke now? Is that a...
It's not even a complete sentence.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Is mine doing that weird burp thing that it does?
Not yet.
Oh, I thought that was just you, Chad, when you burp.
I mean, you do that.
But this is also why Chad is like quintessential TLC corner personalism for me.
Exactly.
Chad likes to talk about these. Gavin too. I mean, all of us really. Like Gavin, when people, it's like the real world, little thing. When people stop getting polite and start getting real.
I was talking with my father-in-law over the weekend about kind of this topic, kind of like what you're saying. You and I have talked about it.
Yeah.
The the kind of like the getting kind of worn down by the patterns of the different patterns of sin, if you will. Yeah, and it's hard to say because is my depression sin? I don't know. Maybe, probably. Is it even depression, or am I just like putting a name on it? Anyhow, I was talking with him about it. I'm trying to get it into the light, and every time that I say it out loud, I hate it more and more. Actually, like I hate calling it depression. It just really makes me cringe. But I'm saying it because I think it's time to just call it what it is. Anyhow, we were talking, and he started talking about the doubting Thomas and whatever, and I'm like, this job, dude. Like I'm not having a lack of faith. I don't think that's what it is. I just, for some reason, am plagued by, emotions. And
Right.
Mick Mo in the comment says, call it despair.
Well, and I very much,
okay, I'll call it despair. Yeah.
Chad, so I very much relate to you. Two things. First off, I love the pattern in you where Chad, you have just no tolerance for platitudes. Like when you're talking about heartfelt things and somebody comes to you with something, you're just like, I can see it in your face. You just instantly are just like, oh my God, no, which I love, which I absolutely love. And then, what was the other thing? It's not so much a lack of faith. Part of it is, I think, just being very emotional, and that's a struggle. This is the way I'll illustrate it, is like I know a guy once who was like, he was I don't know where he was from. He was Southeast Asian something. Sorry that I don't know. I'm too cis-normative racist. And he was interacting with these Minnesota people, and this woman was just being what I deemed as being pretty rude and passive aggressive to him. But because he had not integrated into that body of participation enough, it was like he couldn't even see it. And it was just like water off a duck's back. He was just like, I don't, whatever. I'm immune to this. And it wasn't even like a conscious avoidance of it or denial of it. It's just like he couldn't see it. And I was just like, oh, what a blessing. Can you imagine if I could, like, if I couldn't feel,
you bastard.
I resent you.
Well, I mean, exactly. You son of a bitch.
He thinks he's better than all of us.
And it's something, Chad, what you said, what it feels like to me, and part of what I feel like is I'm just tired. I'm tired. But tired betrays a kind of striving, which is not existing in the peace that passes understanding. But then that's where I get caught in the cycle. And then I'm like, why am I not living in the peace that passes understanding? Man, I should just try harder to live in the peace that passes understanding. Can you see that? Like,
I mean, what if
maybe
you
the
just
problem
admit to
is-
like, if God might just be like, you got to ask, what is God will, right? It's like,
Well, that's why God says to Paul, my grace is sufficient for you. He said, God basically says it's okay. And it's like, just, I'll take care of whatever the mistakes are that happen from this, or whatever.
Maybe
I'll take care of the consequences. Like, you don't need to worry about it.
and peace that surpasses understanding. It's like maybe part of that peace is despair once in a while, because who knows? Like, but that's the thing. Like, my father-in-law couldn't wrap his head around the idea that, like, he's like, well, you don't seem to. He's like, can't you see that God is all loving, like, powerful God? I'm like, yes, I have no doubt in that. I don't feel for a second that God isn't loving. I just feel. I just feel.
I think like we end up going through pain and suffering, like, and maybe it's not even that it's our fault or we deserve it, but then it allows us to participate in the connecting and loving others who are also going through the pain and suffering. And I see kind of what Jesus did there is something like that. It's like he didn't deserve it, but in doing it and obeying the will and taking on the pain that he didn't deserve, it was for the good. You know, like you get to participate in a way which doesn't feel good. It's I see it that way. That when I'm experiencing pain, it can be good pain, right? Even though it's not what I want.
And what you said was, I think, important. Like sometimes it's not even for you, or
Right.
you're going through it not for your own sake or for your own behalf, but it's on behalf of something else or
Well, it
someone
might
else.
even be for you eventually when you look
Right.
back and it's like, well, thank God for that.
Yeah, who knows?
Is the audio better or no?
I think
I don't know. It's fine.
it's probably your internet. We will just give you space to talk about it. You're good. Go. Do not be
Okay.
downcast.
Okay. Well, you brought up Thomas and these feelings of despair, and like I said, I'm still trying to kind of piece together, I guess, everything you're talking about, because I'm related to what you were talking about a few days ago. There's this movie. I don't know if you guys have seen it. I brought it up with Mitch a few times, but it's Killers of the Flower Moon. And
Killers of the Flower Moon.
Yes. Yeah,
Sorry.
it's kind of excruciating to watch, but at the end of it, there's this part, and she looks at him and she says, "Have you told all truths?" And it's just, there's this image of him before that where he's like in a prison, just like he's locked up, and just that line paired with that image is just so so heavy, because just that thought of like, sure, you can tell all truths, but like if you follow them out infinitely, it kind of leads you to the conclusion that you are the chief of all sinners. So then you come to the place of, if you get there, then I think you really, really find that despair and doubt of like, is there such a thing as unconditional love? Like, that makes sense. Because that's the thing with Thomas for me, is I'm like, I don't, like, even the story of Christ, like, I mean, I don't freaking know. I wasn't there. Like, I can say all I want to believe, but I haven't put my hand in his side. Like, I haven't actually seen unconditional love in the flesh. Like, and if there is such a thing, I need it most. So it gets to this point where it's like, this may not actually exist. Like, what if I actually were like just absolutely naked and bare before everyone, and people were just like, let's not deal with this person, let's cast him out. It's like, what if that was the conclusion? It's like, what if that unconditional love did not come in bodily form? Like, have it in a story of Christ, but it's actually not here in person. What if you actually get cast out? But then the despair is like, well, what else is there? Like, even if that's the case, like, what else is there to, like, nothing else to hope for, you know? Does that make sense? Like, there's nothing else to try to embody.
There's nothing else. What?
Nothing else to try to embody, to try to live. Like, even if no one else lives that love, even if you never see that love in this life, it's like that's your own hope. You know? And I think that's the despair. It's like that literally is my only hope. Like, if there's some one person that's gonna go to hell, it's gonna be me. If there's some one person, or it ought to be me.
Hell?
Well, the hope is that there would be a love that reaches further than that reaches beyond the most imaginable heinous sin. Because, and when I meant, have you told all truth, it's like what Cal said one time to me. He said, you know, if you steal an orange, you know, you're just stealing an orange, but then you steal seeds as well. So you could be stealing groves of oranges from future people. You could, like, if you follow it out infinitely, like, have you told all truths? Have you followed out your sin an infinite amount. Because if you do that, if God is actually infinite, then you need an infinite amount of unconditional love to save your soul. And that's the only thing worth hoping for, even if you never see it in this life, even if it is all, I'm Thomas, like, give it to me. I need it in the body. I need to put my hand in his side. Like, if you never see it, it's like, well, still, it's better to believe and not have seen. Like, there's nothing else to believe for or hope for in the end, which is a weird kind of despair and kind of peace at the same time. I don't know. At least I find it to be. All right, I'm going to mute myself again.
I have thoughts. I'm doing admin stuff.
I wonder if we just went through that passage this Sunday at church where Thomas
Yeah, we
is,
did too.
and he's even more adamant than I remember, because he's like, if I don't touch his hands and see the hole in his side, I will not believe. He's like, I will not believe.
Yeah.
And this is where I'm like, I'm starting to be like a little skeptical about our psychologizing everything, because you're like, what's going on in his mind? Is he like stating a fact? Is he's like, I can't believe if I see this? Is he kind of being in his despair of the situation? Is he just trying to not just believe something in order to be disappointed in the future? My wife sometimes she's like, I can't get excited about it because I don't want to deal with the disappointment. So she'll like, whether it's to look forward to a trip or something, or she's like, she had a job interview, she may get this job, but she's like, I'm not thinking about it because I don't want to get excited about it until I know. And so you're like thinking about what Thomas is saying when he's doubting like that, and perhaps we're all supposed to relate in our own way, the way we were like, yeah, go ahead, Jason.
So here's where it hit me, like, really, really. It's been a few times where, now that I'm in a relationship and engaged and stuff, like with Rebecca, if there's some one person, I want to know everything about me. It's like, I just want total, absolute clarity and stuff. But there's some things about, I'm 36. There's some things about my past where, like, you bring up and you're like, I feel like, because it's so convicting in my heart, it's not like you got to share every single detail, but it's like, this person needs to know this about me. But it feels like you're rolling the dice. Like, the only thing that I wrote, like, a lyric one time, and it's like I'm just gambling, and I put, like, that image of the bot on your palm, where it's just like, to me, that's just like, your palms are stained with sin or something, but it's the dice just go down there into this abysmal blackness, and I have no idea if this person is going to forgive me, but I want to see that unconditional love. It's like I want to see God's love, God's forgiveness in bodily form from this person, like, and it's just this total despair. Yeah, and
Dude, yeah. Have you listened to the song "Bloodsport" by Sleep Token?
No.
There's a line in that song where the line in the song is, I want to be forgiven. I want to choke up chunks of my own sin, even if the sky cracks in the morning and heaven won't let me in. It's like,
is Jason the lyricist of Sleep Token?
No way.
Jason's secretly behind Sleep Token.
Holy cow, Chad! I'm so glad you got to meet him.
Now that David's in here too, to talk about me without you, because I know Chad knows.
I'm just saying, like, there's a reason why I keep bringing that damn band up, you guys.
Yeah.
Because like when I
can't get into them.
I know. Well, I'm sorry, but I can't
sorry
get
too.
out of them.
Yeah.
But my whole thing on the thing with Thomas is like, is it about Thomas, or is it demonstrating that God will meet us how He wishes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and Thomas is such an interesting character because he has a couple of lines elsewhere, and he's just like seems to me like a huge pessimist. Thomas is also the disciple when Jesus says, "Hey, Lazarus is dead, and we have to go there," and he just says, "Let us also go, that we may die with him."
Yeah.
Just go, wait, what? Like
He's a
he doesn't
metalhead.
know. Yeah, he just seems like I don't know, like naturally pessimistic. Like everything's gonna go to crap.
Totally
he's got a couple of
unrelatable,
quotes
by the
like
way.
that. Oh yeah, I kind of wanted to throw in a little bit of opinion to what you guys were talking about before too. Chad, I first wanted your thoughts on something, which was sometimes ugly sins are like easier to repent of because it's so much more obvious that it's like wrong. And like Luke, you were kind of talking about wearing some of your I don't know, maybe your like flaws on your sleeve, but maybe could that be better for us? I don't know. I really don't know how I feel about it. Where it's like it's not a secret sin. It's kind of like these are the things I struggle with. I'm publicly struggling with them. And so it actually makes it so that people can talk to you about them. And does that make it more repentable? That's not. Does this make sense? Am I just going crazy here?
Are you saying
Yes,
that I
this is-
contend so grace should abound?
No, but if you could have a sin that is noticed by people and noticed by yourself and like public, that would be better than a sin that was covered or you thought was good or something like that. It might be easier to repent of those things.
I don't know. Because like I remember like when I was a younger man and we'd have like our men's Bible study, and like there would be like a prayer time and guys asking for prayer. And there was one group in particular where basically like half the time the guys would talk about how they can't stop looking at porn or whatever. And
The
like,
most profound confession in a men's small group.
right. And then they just keep talking about it. They're like, I really want to repent and da-da-da. But also one of the weird things about it is it almost normalized it.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, everyone's doing this. And so you're just sort of like I, for some of that, I was just like, guys, stop talking about it. Like confess this. Like this is where like maybe like I'm Protestant, grew up evangelical. Well, you didn't have this, but it's like that's where like a private confession to a priest is maybe a little more appropriate because there is that danger of like just being like, oh, everyone's doing this, so like I guess I could do it, and
then confessing it in that group almost assuage your conscience a little bit.
Yeah, and there's even like you get rewarded for your confession and your honesty and your repentance, and so
yeah, it's like the praying publicly thing.
Yeah.
Like kind of like maybe let's all go to our closets and pray.
Yeah.
Because prayer as prophelicity. Same thing with confession. I mean, and I'm probably like the chief sinner of the confessors in the corner because I'm always like, oh, I got this going on. And I got that going on. And like, believe me, I am very aware of my stupidity and prophylactic nature.
Prophylactics. What?
Yeah.
No, Chad,
well, this is like I think there's obviously a point like where if you share something and it's relatable and like it actually can help people, like that's also part of it. But then it says perfect love casts out all fear, and so part of it is like the more beautiful story is the answer, like because Jesus tells about how you could cast all the demons out of the house and clean it up and whatever, but unless But if you don't do something, they're just going to come back and live there again and be even worse. And so like you have to put something in the house. Like someone has to live there. And
you must bind the strong man first. And
and so like you have to have a more beautiful story to fill the spot as well. And so yeah. Well,
I think well, I don't know if this is related, but I felt like talking about more of my personal things, so why not? I think a lot of Chad and you are maybe this way. I think one of my big struggles or areas of growth that I think I'm growing in, but I need a lot more growth. And it's very contrary to Nate in the comments here, is that I hold myself responsible for other people's feelings in a way that is very, it's like I have internalized, weaponized empathy or something. So like when people get mad at me, even when I think in as much as I can, so much as it depends on you, live peaceably with all men. So even when I think I'm doing that and somebody gets mad at me, I feel bad, which is a hard thing. Nate's like the guy that I was telling you about, who's just like water off a duck's back. And I know a lot of people that are like that, who are just like, I don't know, that's your problem. You're upset. That's your, those are your feelings. And I have a hard time with that. I don't know.
Well, it's interesting as well, because I was thinking about it, Nate, for Luke, that your streams, you oftentimes like lean in with a thinky talky bit, but it becomes very personal and actually about your real life almost immediately.
The goal.
Which is why sometimes I jump on not understanding what you're talking about, but then get it when the more you talk about your actual life, right? That's the embodying.
Yeah. I think that's the point, because it's that's where the intellectual conversations, that's why I bang on so much about personalism, because at the end of the day, knowledge will pass away. Like whatever, you can be right, be wrong, or be wrong and be right. All the ideas are going to disappear on the event horizon where knowledge ceases. Isn't that what's his name was talking about with black holes on Rogan? You cross that event horizon and it's just the cessation of information.
What about the platonic forms? Don't they survive?
I don't know. We don't know.
We don't know.
All I know is this. We spent a long time talking about the meaning crisis and ways of working away from it or getting out of it and growing closer to God. And I still seem to have quite the meaning crisis. Even though I have a daughter and I love her so much, and I love God, and I feel like I don't feel separated from Him. I don't feel abandoned by Him. I still have this tremendous crisis of meaning that seems to want to show up once in a while and say, "Bitch, don't forget about me." and I'm being 100% genuine, dude.
No, I know.
I know it sounds
why I'm
funny, but I'm just
laughing.
being real.
No, I'm laughing because it's real.
Well, I think this kind of go ahead,
frustrating. It's just frustrating. That's all. And then part of it too about the whole I don't want to come on and tell everybody how I'm feeling, but I also don't want to come on and act like I'm feeling okay. And which maybe just says I should just not come on at all. But I can't do that because I'm a self-centered prick, And
you'd be a self-centered prick if you didn't come on at all either, too.
We could bend it all over the place, buddy.
I know.
We really can.
I'm relating to you in all that, because as you were just saying all those things, I have such similar thought patterns that I'm just like, maybe I should do this, but then maybe I should do this, but maybe, and it's just like, it's the whole kind of, no matter where I go, there I am. The problem seems to follow me.
Exactly.
So,
well, I was going to say to relate to, I feel like this is relatable to Mitch's Christian nihilism thing, where there's this constant meaninglessness or despair that's weirdly surrounding all things. It's kind of the book of Ecclesiastes for me too. It's just like everything is hevel, everything is meaningless, but at the same time, like everything is so with me. You can't really escape it. I feel like, and even that poem I keep referencing, Novalis' Hymns to the Night. Like I think that's what, like, even do the Platonic forms exist? It's like we don't know. There's this unknown, this absolute realm of just total darkness. That everything is kind of, that's where, I mean, you don't, before you're born, that's where you came from. That's where you can assume you go again. And so there's this weird sort of faith that has to exist in that meaningless, absolute nothingness. So it's like that Hymns to the Night, capital N night, is like the eternal unknown or something, the eternal meaningless, just the absolute darkness that has to, I don't know what I'm getting at.
Yeah. If it was really all entirely here's why I think we don't understand what meaningless means. Because if it were the case, I think many of us would have just like ended it years and years ago. And some people do, which is really sad and terrible. But other people still have to, like, the need to continue on is much greater than the desire to end it. And so at least there's a thread of purpose, and perhaps purpose is greater than meaning. So I don't know, you know.
Well, and it's interesting too, because the actual word is like referencing smoke or haze. So the idea is like that it's veiled or whatever. It's not even that it's meaningless. It's just that whatever the meaning is veiled, right? What are we doing? The constant wondering, like trying to perceive something that is unclear, like, and maybe that's more frustrating, because if you could come across the fact that, like, no, there's no point to this, then you can play that game. But this is like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I think that's why. I mean, I don't even know if this will tie together. This does have all these weird Bible thoughts in my head that like just only makes sense to me. But with the Song of Songs thing, and just the Shulamite woman, and I think there's some people that did with me on this, but the Shulamite related to Shalom, which is related to the seventh day, related to rest, related to death. And so just reading that book in the context of, you have the king, or this shining image, whatever, the seed, the light, whatever, and then there's this back and forth, him and Shalom in death. And so this meaninglessness, this king who has like the authority, the purpose, the crown, and this back and forth with meaninglessness and death in this song. And it's like that's where the garden is or something, because there's just all that imagery described in there. And I still like, so I mean, supposedly that was written by Solomon, whose name also means shalom, peace, rest. And I was just reading in Ecclesiastes, what was supposedly written by him as well. And there's a part in there where it talks about an infant that's born with no name. That's like a premature birth. And I hadn't thought about it before, but just the baby that was born before him, that I just wonder how much of a connection he had with that sort of meaninglessness.
Oh, right.
In his own self, knowing that, yeah, the child before him that David and Bathsheba were having was just brought into life, died, never had a name, part of the life, because it died before the 8th day, before it was given a name or anything. So I wonder if he kind of always had this weird sort of internal, meaningless, nameless, like, thing going on in his, I don't know, in his thought process or something.
I really love you guys. I gotta go.
Love you too, Chad. Thanks for coming on.
I believe there's a theory that one of the ways you can interpret Ecclesiastes is also Solomon writing the wisdom of Adam in the later half of his life. Is that it's like that it's from the perspective of old man Adam reflecting.
Yeah,
on
no, it is. It'll blow your freaking mind. Thing that Jacob told me that. I'm so glad the way Jacob told me it too. He said the word for the word for that meaningless is Abel, which is actually the word Abel, like from the Cain and Abel story. And I was like, well, what does that mean? And he said, it just means Abel. And I'm so glad he said it that way, because it just kind of like, you don't need to describe what it just means. Just go read the story of Cain and Abel, and it's like that word is Hevel. It just, everything is that story of Abel, that last breath. And then you start to read it. Every time the word man is Ecclesiastes, that's actually the word Adam. So there's a one verse in there. It says, who knows what is good for Adam in life, all the days of his able life, which he passes like a shadow. Who can tell Adam what will happen to him under the sun? And there's like another line, since there are many things that increase Abel, how is Adam the better? And so it's, yeah, reading it with that perspective just totally just opens up the book, and it's haunting. Like the book is haunting.
Now I'm wondering is
read it from the perspective of Cain too, and then it's just like, if everything is Hevel, like, does not your brother's voice call to me from the ground? And it's talking about like all of life is toil, and you know, all this stuff in the earth, and then, like, everything is shouting that name.
Donnie was just going through early Genesis stuff, and I looking at it, the word for them, and when it says his blood is calling for me out of the earth, it's not Eretz, which could mean earth. It's Adama, which means earth, but it's also where we get Adam as the name. Adam meaning earth. Adama. So it's the Adama is called like from, and the word dem is blood, is from Adam. So dem, Adam, Adama are all related to each other. So it's like it's saying, I can hear from the dem, Adama, like the calling. It's all related. Like it's like it's Adam screaming.
That's interesting. The same thing happens with the story of Miriam. Like when Miriam passes in, so they're wandering through the desert. Miriam's Moses' sister, and Miriam passes, and it's like a short sentence. Like they don't even do anything. But then the whole rest of the next chapter, which is right before Moses strikes the rock, is them complaining of thirst, and there's no water. And this was pointed out in this thing that I read, which is a lot of the words there rhyme with Miriam. And so throughout the rest, that whole next chapter is just Miriam, 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 Miriam. And then Moses loses his cool and hits the rock. And anyway.
Yeah, I know. I like that a lot. There's like, I think it's only in one gospel, maybe in two gospels, that Jesus isn't there to walk. Like when Jesus walks on the water, the reason why he doesn't travel with them is because he needs some alone time after finding out that John the Baptist has died.
Yeah.
And so like you could almost see it as him showing too much of his nature because he's like frustrated. Right? Mm-hmm. Like it's like there's so much going on there that he's just like, you know what, screw it. And just like walks on the water out to them. Like I really like seeing the frustration as something that's
yeah, well, in Mark it actually says that he meant to pass them by. He was going to pass by them, but they saw him. Because they were awake in the middle of the night because of the storm.
Tiptoeing across the water. I love it.
Yeah, and then they called out to him, and then that's when that's at least in Mark. And then there's a connection to Job there too, because Job says the line, he passes by me, but I see him not. And then in the Gospels, they actually see him when he's passing.
I'm doing nothing. I'm sitting in the lull.
Whenever I mention that story, people get quiet. I don't know if it's just kills the conversation.
No.
Which part? No, I thought Luke was deep in thought. I was looking forward to his response.
Me too.
No, what I was thinking about is like when Jesus went away to pray all the time, maybe that's what he did. He departed from
He's
people. And didn't want to,
he's
he
just
went out
doing
walking on the
fun
water.
miracles by himself.
He's just out in the middle of the sea, just walking around.
The Transfiguration
John the
is the only time. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, John the Baptist dies, and then they take the boat across the lake for that purpose, right, David? He was going to try to. He needed some time, but everyone followed him, and that's when he feeds the 5,000.
Yeah, I can't remember. I can't remember how it appears in that gospel specifically.
Because it says that John the Baptist dies, and then he gets in the boat with his disciples to go across. Then they leave. He stays back behind secretly, while the disciples leave with everyone else. He says, dismiss them, and the disciples get in the boat and leave. And he stays behind and goes on the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the storm.
Yeah.
Maybe part of one of the things I want to say in here is I had I'm going back to personal stuff. Is I was having a little bit of a talk after my first return from Pascha thing and sharing some of my not doubts, but just lack of faith in my own will my own salvation kind of a thing. And it was it was in a group with Jason and Cal, and Cal has not been doing corner stuff very much anymore. And I think a lot of that has to do with his son. And I mean, I think he's spoken about that publicly, about how his son has fairly severe autism, and he was just sharing. I don't think it's bad that he would say this, but Cal in a lot of ways is one of the most, he shared this message trying to, I think, comfort me and be nice and things. But he was just saying that sometimes I can't remember exactly what he said, but like it was powerful, where he said, I don't know if we really understand what love or living is about until you are living just fully for the sake of another, just completely. Every breath is for the sake of someone else. And it's almost because like you have, I don't know, in a way, there's a weird kind of despair thing where you're just like, in and of myself, I have no more desire to live. Because that's what I was even thinking. I don't tend to get, like, I'm basically never suicidal. I've spoken about this before. I've been once in my life, which I thank God for, where I can get kind of like be a sad emo boy, but I don't really have that kind of ideation. But even when the thought enters my mind or something, because there's sometimes I think that with my family where I'm just, or like my wife, because my wife is very like mild mannered, and she's just like, God bless her. She's just like a perfectly functioning, hardworking Protestant, just like low neuroticism, just paying taxes, citizen of the United States of America, And most of the time, I think like the only things that really make her sad are like just me and the children I've given her. and I think that like, and so then sometimes I think, and I say, and I'm just like, maybe, and I'm just like, I just should remove myself. Like I'm the problem, like I'm the problem that's making you sad. And usually it's all my own like problems and resentments and everything. Because whenever like there's some problem in our relationship, she's just like, I thought everything was fine. And then all of a sudden you come in from left field with like all this like stuff you're upset about and resentment and whatever. And I think, well, then I'm the problem. But then I think like, what can you do though? Because she loves me. She loves our kids. Like I can't just like kill myself or leave, because then she would she'd be more sad. So like so you're stuck.
One of the things to realize though, for myself at least, is like at certain points in my life when I was very unhealthy, I at one point was diagnosed as bipolar. But doing proper things, my doctor was like, you don't need to be medicated anymore and all this other stuff. And now I'm completely fine, which makes me have weird feelings about having conversations with people about mental health stuff. Because I'm just like, have you tried regulating your sleep cycle or whatever? Like, have you tried being healthier? That you may not actually have to be medicated. But for me, depression was never self-destructive. Happiness is not self-destructive. This kind of feels like we're going back a little bit, where it's just like the stuff that will actually that isn't what isn't a problem is the things you know are problems. The stuff that's a problem is when you don't feel pain at all, when everything is good and everything is happy all the time. That is when issues arise, right?
Leprosy of the soul.
Leprosy of the soul. Well, in like what's his name? Yancey had a whole book about like the gift of pain and how there's people who lose the ability to feel pain and they do not do well, right? You think that these things are hurting you or are bad, but in reality, they're the things that are maintaining you, keeping you alive, setting you in the right directions, right? Like,
Right.
Well, and I think that's somewhat just my, like, people like me or Chad, that's kind of maybe you, David, I don't know, and you've learned to navigate it, but I think that's somewhat our plight in life. Jess is more of a happy person, like my wife, stable. I mean, you could be sad. You're a little more emo boy sad than she is, but
yeah. Well, even as time has gone on, I've become too happy, and it's a quote that one of my friends took from me, which was the great burden of my life is that I'm always happy. This is what I said, like, but that only happened after I got married, kind of a thing. Got married, figured out a lot of stuff, and then, well, it was after 2 years, figuring all this stuff out with my doctor, and now no longer medicated, and now I really do think I'm one of the happiest people that you can meet. But that my wife is not. She's panicked. She has anxiety and stresses about things.
Well, and I mean, I'm normally pretty happy all the time, which is nice. But to your point about feeling sadness and pain, that's, I've had people say that before, that somewhat even like neurodivergent people or, the schizophrenics or the people on the edges of society are a little bit the canaries in the coal mine. Like they're the ones who can't pretend like everything's okay in the culture because they just feel it too much. And what I thought of when you were saying all that is, and earlier in the conversation, is that it's kind of like the reality that like we're all going to face our death. And I think that is like when people are dying, I think of the Richard Rohr line of like part of the Christian practice is that you learn to die daily so that when you meet the final thing, you're just like, oh, I know this is familiar. And I think people that are feeling that pain and that angst all the time, like where their days can feel like constant death, it's just preparing them for that last thing. And maybe the people who never feel that, and then they get there, and then all of a sudden they're just like it's like, I'd rather have it in little doses, I think, maybe. Yeah. Not that you can inoculate yourself to death than to be exposed to the whole fullness of the thing at the end,
Well, momentarily you can be. Like, I've mentioned this a couple of times in the corner, but I had a great time during COVID. I felt like I was just spending all my life preparing for such a moment as this. It's like, yes, this is my time to shine. When society is collapsing and people don't know which way's up. I felt kind of prepared for it.
COVID was one of the busier times of my life. I mean, it was COVID wasn't hugely affecting for me. And in general, like the like wars and rumors of wars and all the politics, the kinds of big things that people tend to spend a lot of time worrying about, I don't like those things. Those things don't bother me at all. All of my anxiety is about the deeper relational things. And even those things are, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like they're real, but they're maybe not, I mean, I don't know. A lot of them go back to deep childhood things. This doesn't have to turn into a complete therapy session, but it is related to these ideas because on one hand, like that's part of the criticism of even the TLC is it's sitting around and talking about talking. Well, I mean, at some point it has to have practical application in your life so that you can be a better neighbor, father, son, friend, citizen, So, all right. Well, we're at 2 hours. Final words, David. It's just you and I.
I kind of wanted to introduce an idea, but maybe we should shut it down. I
Well-
accept what you're saying, which was that my dad, I had given him all the arguments for God's existence when I first became a Christian, and he was agnostic atheist when I
remember
became a
you
Christian.
talking about this on some stream recently. Yeah. Yeah.
And once I became a Christian, he was like, "I'm not agnostic. I'm an atheist." Like he doubled down, tripled down, and was like, "No, no, no." And about 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half ago, he started being open to the gospel and to everything. And I don't know how to understand it because I had been spending years upon years praying for him, having conversations with him. And he came to faith once I gave up on him. I stopped praying for him. It was like my wife and I would be going down to my family home, and I wasn't praying for him. I was praying for me and my wife going down, and like that we could have patience dealing with my family, and I wasn't praying for them anymore. And it was like it really does feel like the Lord of hosts saved my father to embarrass me. In a way that's really humbled me and that I'm so thankful for.
Yeah, that's good.
But I was just like, I'm not a Calvinist. And when my dad started believing in the resurrection, I'm just like, shit, I think I might be a Calvinist now. Because I was just like, I don't know what to do with this. What do I do with this? Because it really does feel no miracles, nothing. He just, for no reason, just switched. Okay, great.
Yeah, that is great. It's not a can just all my friends on here who self-identify as Calvinists, instead of just using the language that bothers me, just say you trust in the sovereignty of God. I'm cool with that.
Yeah. But I get what you mean. And I look, I'm all in for the sovereignty of God. It's just sometimes it doesn't feel like it, you know?
Yeah.
You're like, well, he can't just like flip my dad. Where like even the first conversation he started bringing it up, I was like not even wanting to talk to him about it because he's been so dismissive that I'm like, I don't want to have this snarky, smirky conversation of ooh, right? I didn't want to have that conversation. So he starts mentioning it, and I'm like, wait, what? Like, just so fully taken aback.
Yeah. Isn't it funny how that's such a common theme. You hear that story over and over and over. It's borderline universal that when something that you want so much, like Sherry said, it's called letting go, David. And you decide to just like, okay, I quit. I'm done with this. And then all of a sudden, like, I don't want it anymore. And then God gives it to you. And you're just like, well, you cheeky guy. You know, give you your heart's desire after you don't want it anymore. It is kind of funny.
That's what happened when I met my wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there was this girl that I knew that I really liked, and then like I got in this headspace where I was like, she's the one, you know, all that kind of crap. And this went, you know, but I could tell she didn't want to be in a relationship with me. Like I never talked to her about it. So I was kind of just waiting to see what would happen. And
what were the signals? Like when you'd look at her, she would go like,
yeah, basically. No, she was friendly to me and whatever, but I could tell that, like, anyway. So anyway, like I just sort of carried this crush on for like a couple of years, even though she was like in a different city. And then basically got to this point where I wrote her a letter and was just like, are you interested in me at all? Because I'm interested in you, even though we haven't like been around each other for the past couple years or whatever. And she just didn't respond. So I called her. I got her phone number. I called her and I was like, "Did you get my letter?" She's like, "No." And I could tell she hadn't gotten it. And I was like, "Can you just read it and just call me back?" And she's like, "Okay." So she called me back. She's like, "I'm not interested." I'm like, "It's fine." And that was it. And I was just like, all I just needed was her to say no. And then like literally it was like a month later I met my wife. And it was nice to, it was strange and wonderful.
And then she called you and said, "Jess, I actually love you."
And I was like, "Too late,
The other
bitch."
That's right. Yeah. It's a really, it reminds me of that great movie, rom-com of He's Just Not That Into You. It is
Yeah.
really a great movie, but it is that thing of just being like, it's so great at the beginning when all those girls are talking and they're just like, well, maybe he did this and maybe this happened and maybe this happened, but really he's into you. And then she meets Justin Long at the bar and he's like, no, let me break it down to you. If a guy likes you, he will contact you. He will make it happen. He will for sure get a hold of you. If he's not contacting you, he doesn't like you. You know, it's not like something happened, he got sick.
Yeah.
I saw that movie for the first time a year ago with my wife, and the ending upset me because it took back its moral in two of the cases, and I was just like, no, don't you dare do this. You were making a very good, legitimate point.
Listen, it's the non-duality that includes duality. She was the exception.
She was the
exception proves the rule. No, it's both, David.
I'm sorry. No one wants to hear my opinion on he's just not that into you. But the whole point is, as soon as he does like her, he tells her. So then she's not the exception. The only exceptional case is Ben Affleck, who she just switches on his opinions on marriage. That's the only one where I'm like, no, don't do that. And that's the whole problem that I have, is that he pretends she was right all along when she wasn't. It's as soon as he started liking her, he tells her. That's not contradicting what he said.
Did he tell her right away? Yeah. I mean,
yes.
I suppose. When he realized
as soon as he realizes, he immediately tells her.
It's a good point.
So people's feelings can change, but his point still stands.
Yeah, it's true. Men are always right.
Another one of those letting go movies is
I have to calm down.
Swingers. You ever see Swingers?
I have not.
It's not about people that sleep with other people. It's about swing dancers. Back when swing dancing was popular in like the late 90s, it's a Jon Favreau movie.
Okay.
Jon Favreau.
That's why it's called Swingers? I have not watched it because I assumed it's just him and Vince Vaughn.
It's because they go swing dancing. They go out swing dancing.
Vince Vaughn, huh?
So Vince Vaughn is the friend of I just said his name. Jon Favreau. Jon Favreau just like at the beginning of the movie, he breaks up with this, or his girlfriend breaks up with him, and he's like laying around in his apartment. He's not eating, he's not going out, he's just laying around, and then Favreau's trying to get him out again to meet girls, and basically and it kind of spoils the movie, but not like basically he's hanging on to his ex-girlfriend the whole time. He hates going out with Vince Vaughn. He hates all this stuff, and Vince is like trying to give him all this relationship advice. Finally, like Vince, Jon Favreau's character, just is like, fine, it's over, it's done. And then like the next scene, he like meets this girl, like she's interested in him, and like he can't believe it.
It always happens that way, man. You gotta
Weird.
You gotta give up that libidinal pursuit of the lack, and then all of a sudden,
I know. But as soon as you know that, you're like, okay, I'll give it up so I can get it.
Right. Human beings are tricky that way.
I kind of disagree. I'm sorry. I very much disagree. Because I was just like, I need to get married. And then I found a woman and I married her.
Well, Oh, he's out.
that idea.
Did you just?
It's like, screw that guy.
Sorry,
How dare you
disagreement's
disagree
bad.
with me?
We'll take another
Not
caller.
on my stream, sir.
This is a
Um,
no disagreeing with me place. If you disagree with me, it requires at least a few compliments. Or why what I said you could understand, but just nuance it. Hard disagreements just hurt too much.
Like there was a period in my life where I thought maybe I should just be alone and blah blah blah, it'd be better and all this other stuff. And that actually didn't work. That was kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like I was going crazy. It was not good. And then I decided, you know what? I think I actually need to be in a relationship. And then I found a wife. And then I became happy. And I was one of those people. Yeah. And I was one of the people that was like touting the idea of like, you have to be perfectly fine being alone and only then can. No, that's not true. We are created needing people. It's not it. That is how we are created.
I would become like, ever since I was young, like in elementary school, I would become obsessed with a certain girl. Like,
Yeah.
Same.
I would become so like, and I wouldn't even like tell. I was such a sensitive, like nerdy, awkward kid that like I could like, nothing ever came about it. And like it was always just sort of a source of embarrassment, but I would always just be totally in love with these girls. And the only thing that can come close to like explaining the experience was when was Jung talking about anima possession, or not anima possession, but what is it?
I always used to have crushes on girls, and it was so hard for me, and it never made sense until I started studying Jung on anima possession.
No, but that was how it was. It was like projecting something.
Grade 4, right? We all
It was a
picture grade 4
projection.
test.
It was so intense, and it was always the same thing. Well, and actually, because it was always the same projection on a different person.
Yeah,
it was this, and so the experience of that, like I even wrote I wrote a song about it, and it was all about how it was the same thing over and over again, just different people. Like,
can you sing us the song?
No, I'm not gonna sing.
Or find the lyrics of the song?
I mean, all right, I'll sing it. I'm just kidding.
Pulls out guitar. It's just under him the whole time.
I like just.
I have a story about that. So my two daughters think this is just the cutest little sad story. But when I was in second grade, I had a crush on this girl, Mary, and I just thought she was swell. I thought she was very beautiful. And so I was a little lover boy, if you can imagine this. And I somehow convinced my mother that I was just like, I have to buy this girl a ring. I need to buy her a present. I have to buy her a ring. And of course I couldn't just like go out and buy some like cheap ring, but I got her I'm from South Dakota, so I got her like a Black Hills gold ring with like a real gemstone in it. And I have no idea what it costs, but we're also very poor. So my poor mother, I don't know. She was probably just, I don't know. She's was trying to make me happy, I suppose. And so I got this ring for this girl, and I remember like going up to her on the playground because I was bolder, and I went up to her. Huh?
You're a boulder?
I'm a boulder. I went up to her on the playground, and she was on like one of those. You guys remember? She was on a boulder.
She was actually sitting on his shoulders. Yeah.
This is like what happens when Jess and I hang out. This is like what happened in Northwestuary. We just like crack each
I don't
other
think
up.
I ever stopped laughing in Northwestuary, except when I cried with Chad.
Yeah. Oh, that was so funny when we were just like, my favorite part of probably the whole thing is when we were moving around the dishes at the table at like the oh, that was very funny. Because he just kept, somebody was cleaning the table and picking up the table, and we just kept like, they would like clean off a space, and we would just keep sliding dirty dishes to where they had just cleaned it, but like pretend like we hadn't done it. It was fantastic. But they were, do you know what are those called? It's like a half dome jungle gym thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? and you could like sit up at the
Made
top of them. I think they outlawed them because kids could fall and break their arms or something.
Because of all the death. Yeah. Keep
All the
going.
death around the
All the deaths.
Yeah. And so she was like sitting up on top of it, and I went up to her, you know, and I like presented
You
her.
pushed
this
her
ring.
off?
And I was just like,
She had it coming.
yeah. And I gave her this ring, and I could just tell like she was just
Weirded out.
confused, and it was awkward, and she didn't, you know, she did not reciprocate my love and my affection. And it was sad. So that's
Sounds like this chick sucks.
Yeah. It was, but yeah, it was sad. I was always very much of a lover boy. It's probably, I want to know your song now.
What are you
Yeah, there
showing
it is.
us?
That's it. He's showing us the, what are they called? The jungle.
I don't know.
jumping.
I just typed in jungle gym dome climber.
Yeah.
Came up.
And then you could stand on the top of it. You should play King of the Mountain on that. And you just push kids off. Like falling into the thing.
That's how we got all those deaths. Okay. I had the same experience. First day of kindergarten. I just like, as soon as they put me in a room that had a lot of girls my own age, I walked up to a girl, and you know how they gave you all, like, they made you memorize your phone number and your address.
Mhm.
I gave her everything. Just walked right up, gave her my full phone number,
Yeah,
my address, including
you'll
postal
need
code.
this.
Including postal code in case she wanted to send me mail.
Here's some stamps.
Like this, they tell you, yeah, they say, you know, you would need to know this information in case you're lost. And I was very lost. So there it was.
Oh man, I want you to be prepared for the deep, deep feelings you're about to have for me.
She did not. She never. No, she didn't at all.
Oh man.
I was so into girls always.
Yeah,
I
all
never
of us.
was like
Just
they're
love
icky.
boys.
Always wanted one. I wanted to be loved. And then when I was happy.
Mhm.
I became happy. It's one of the things that I feel, not to offend those who are still searching for meaning. I just became so happy when I got married, and I feel like
It'll solve
it'll
all your problems. Are you single and sad? Try getting married.
It did. Well, look, if your problem is that you're not married, then it will solve that problem.
If that's your problem.
If that's your problem,
Hopefully Jacob's not listening.
you can get
He wants
married.
to be married, and he apparently can't find someone.
I don't know. I don't think I get gay around homosexuals.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll have to run some experiments.
One time I was offended because a gay waiter complimented my brother and didn't compliment me.
What was the compliment?
I don't know. It was like nice shirt or something.
Yeah. What a dick.
And it was
Is
like,
your brother a better get for a gay?
my brother's more like my what?
I really appreciate, I love saying that kind of thing because I love awkward things. So even around my family, I love referring to like I will say the gays. And when David just said a gay, like, is your brother a better bull for a gay? I just enjoyed it.
Yeah.
He probably is. I mean, he is, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, he's more. He's also a little bit more. He's less awkward in social situations.
Maybe that's it. Maybe that's just it. He says
Yeah,
that's not
Is
gay.
he younger than you? Is he younger than you?
He's younger than me.
Is he better looking?
So
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's maybe.
So there's
why.
a hypothesis. There's the many sons hypothesis about homosexuality. Have you heard this, Jess?
The mini what?
The many sons hypothesis related to
The many
gays.
sons hypothesis.
Yeah,
you have many
you're
sons,
gonna
you're
gonna
gonna get more
use this. The more
know.
sons, like there's scientific evidence. You're gonna use this for sure. That the further along the number of sons you go, the gayer they get. So
So like
So-
the later they are in birth order?
So like
Yeah, no,
Joseph
I-
with the coat of many colors was like the gayest. Is that what this theory is saying?
Listen,
that
aren't
explains
there-
the flamboyant coat. That explains it so
I had
much.
this dream. You guys were bowing down to me.
And then
Technicoat, yeah.
I was wearing my
It explains
favorite
why it makes a
rainbow
good
coat.
musical.
He's wearing a
I think-
rainbow coat. It's perfect. Yes.
Aren't there more gays in like Christian religious communities? Isn't there a higher percentage of gay people?
I don't believe that.
Listen, I'm just telling you things that I've heard. I don't know. Ethan would know.
I've heard all
Ethan
kinds
knows
of
all about the gays. Tell us about the gays.
Oh, where's the gay corner? I found a lot of sub corners, but I haven't found the gay corner yet.
You're here,
Oh,
brother.
let me tell you, if you find it, you'll know.
Hello.
Oh my gosh.
My friend, sorry, the joke I was making, which I will now explain, which is horrible. There's a place in Toronto that is a well-known park. And if you walk in that park and there's another man walking in that park and you start walking next to that person, then you can go behind a bush and have sex with that man without exchanging any words whatsoever.
Can you address, please? Just kidding.
Only guys would come up with something like that. We're not going to talk. We're just going to implement this
That's it.
system. Every guy's going
That's
to
what
know
I
about it.
mean. Trying to explain to women what boys are like without women regulating them. I tell that story.
Yeah,
Glory
that's a
holes.
guy thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Efficiency.
Pew Research Center.
He found
Religion.
it. Oh, okay.
About half say they have no religious affiliation, compared with 20% in general public. So they're less religious than the general public? That says the opposite of what I'm saying. Let's find a different resource.
Let's find one that agrees with me. But you can't, you just stop sharing yourself because of that.
Yeah. I hate it when facts don't coincide with things that I say. So annoying. That is a wonderful shirt, Ethan. You look very handsome in it.
Why aren't you complimenting me?
I can't tell the color of it, and because you're
Oh, my
not as attractive.
Well, it matches my eyes, so the cerulean really makes my eyes pop.
Cerulean.
One of the things
This
that I
is why-
realized,
Yeah.
one of the things I realized about meeting people in real life, that's the biggest difference is the eyes. Yeah, I mean, they're just like, holy cow, you're like the gateway of the soul, and you see people's eyes. That does not come across on the
The
old
biggest
internet.
difference for me was like depths of faces. Because you don't know how far someone's nose sticks out from their cheeks.
How did
Um,
was mine surprising?
I would like to know if we should adjust, like we should all adjust our images based on who's taller. I want to know. I'm going to be so upset if Jess is like 4 feet. That's just
No.
going to be bothersome to me. But you could
Jess-
be.
I'm
Jess
taller
You
is
than
could
you.
just be Ecuadorian and I don't know it.
Jess is taller than me, but you're not as tall as I thought you were. For some reason, I thought you were like Lance height, but Lance is a monster.
No, Lance is a giant. Like when I hug Lance, like I like put my face on his chest.
Yeah,
He
and
doesn't
I would
look,
put my
he doesn't look
lay
like he'd
my
be
head-
tall.
And I
Lance
would
is
put
tall.
face on his belly button. He's like 6'5",
Six-
isn't he?
Yeah, 6'4", 6'5". I'm 6'1".
He's a big boy.
I want the camera. Okay, well then I should be.
It is
I think
fun. to
I
meet
grew an
people.
inch somewhere because when I was 20, I was 6 foot.
Yeah,
Good for you. I have not grown anymore, unfortunately. My
you
son
may have
is
gotten
taller.
better posture.
Maybe.
Wives will
Chad-
do that to you.
Chad is not as tall as I thought he was. I don't know how tall Chad is. He's maybe a little taller than me. I don't know because I'm 5'6".
Really?
No, I'm just kidding.
It's like, what is going on?
You're like
I
5'8".
can't believe anything. Well, that's what I said. I actually I believe at least one person in the corner.
5'10"? Are you 5'10", Luke?
AI.
Ish. Yeah.
Yeah,
Ish.
me too.
Someone said that I was surprisingly taller than they thought because I always I make it a point. I hate it that guys overemphasize their height. I'm just like, stop being so insecure. Just tell people what your height really is. It's ridiculous. And so
How
I
tall's
tell
Chad?
people,
Chad's like 6'2" or something.
who?
Chad.
No,
He's
he's
taller than
not.
me.
Is he?
I thought so. He's taller than
Chad?
when I saw him in person, I was like, oh, Chad's taller than I thought.
Yeah.
Mhm.
How tall? Let's guess how tall people are. Jason Almondtree is. Well, no, we're not highlighting your glory hole comment.
Oh my
Goodness.
gosh. I
It's a
bet
reference to glass blowing, please.
Jason's either 5'10" or he's 6'2". Nothing in
Jason
between.
is. I think he's taller than you would expect. He's
Chad
a
is 6'2", Grail Country
Me?
says. Yeah,
Okay.
Nate's tall too.
Nate's probably about that tall, isn't he? 6'2", maybe. Nate, I don't feel like you're that tall, are you? Is this insulting to you? Your son is a huge man.
Mhm.
Research suggests there's a correlation between birth order and male sexual orientation, with younger brothers having a slightly higher likelihood of being gay,
I think I'm a
especially if they
little
have
gayer than
older
my
brothers.
Yeah, I have two older brothers.
5'11". Almond Tree's 5'11".
No, you're not. Aren't you taller than that?
Okay.
Nate's
Jason are-
6'1".
Me and Jason are like the
I'm
same.
as tall as Nate.
Yeah, this
Um,
feels true.
So I am gayer than my brother. I'm not gay, but I'm clearly more flamboyant.
Yeah. You're a theater guy, of course.
Yeah.
You're basically.
I'm queer coded. I've said that before. I introduced you to that phrase, Luke. That you and I are both queer coded.
Yeah.
How tall is Jordan Hall? He's 6'2". He's got to be like 6'2".
I think he's a little taller. When are we? Yeah, if we're getting back to Jordan Hall at this point in the conversation, it's wondering how tall he is.
And
No,
Paul
I wanna
Vanderklay. How
know-
tall is Vanderklay's like 6'2", 6'3"?
No, Vanderklay's like 6'4". He's tall.
6'5", 6'6".
Yeah.
How tall was
5'3". They think Jesus, if you go just by
5'3".
average height, he's like 5'3", 5'5".
No
Or
way.
someone even calculated based on the Shroud of Turin. What is?
Not my
What if he
Jesus.
was? What if he was 6'6"? Then you'd really know he's the Messiah. Back then, because he's so big. Ethan, how tall are you? Let's guess how tall Ethan is. No, don't tell us. Don't tell us. I didn't
Stand
know
by
you
your
were-
fridge.
I
Oh,
didn't
here's
know you were
he's
such
a giant.
sweet redhead. Okay.
Oh, okay, about that high.
Relative to your table's 30 inches,
All right, so his chair.
60 inches. I'm gonna guess 60 inches, 5'5".
We have to have a.
He's
Please
5'10".
put a dollar bill, staple a dollar bill to your chest, so that we can figure it out.
Wait, what are the guesses though?
6 foot.
I don't know. Right now, see, this is my problem, feeling responsible for other people's emotions. Part of me is just like, what should I really guess, and what would make Ethan happy?
Oh, I don't care what you guess. I don't need your emotions.
Okay.
I have no guess.
Well, how
I'm
blessed.
terrible with measurements.
I'm
gonna
just
say-
gonna guess average. I'm gonna guess like 5'10".
3.5 cupids.
Yeah, 5'10".
Okay.
5'10".
We're the same height. We can look at each other in the eyes.
Yeah.
Guys.
Luke, are
You
you
can
gayer
gaze in
than
each
your
other's
brothers?
eyes.
Guess what? There's a real treat coming. What did you say, David?
Are you gayer than your brothers?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Jess, is your younger brother gayer than you? Not is he gay? Is he gayer than you?
I don't know how to quantify because I don't know.
You can. Well, apparently the waiter could quantify it.
All right, I have more feminine traits, but I think maybe he's more gayer.
You cry more.
Oh yeah, that was what we fought about. He would pick on me till I cried, and then that was it. That was just growing up.
Hezi, any thoughts on gayness
Hezi, how
and
tall
birth
are you?
order, or
In
how gay
inches.
you are, or how tall you are?
I actually, I'm 6 feet. I saw randomly a Will and Grace episode. And in this Will and Grace episode, Will said something like, it's like having a brown tie with black shoes. And they all go nuts, saying like, like they would never do that. I don't know if that's considered gay. Maybe it was like in the early 90s or late 90s, but I definitely see myself as like now what people would call heterosexual. Maybe at the time I was seen as like quite flamboyant, but I was just
Metrosex.
Exactly.
Well, so the second part of it is that the brothers of gay people oftentimes they sleep with a lot of women. It's actually it's predictive of having a lot of success with women. And so there's this theory that being gay is adjacent, or it's like understanding women almost. And if the right amount of it makes you very successful, but too much of it and you're not interested at all. That's like the theory on human sexuality that kicks around. I don't know what I think of that. I'm just
like, if you really understand women, like really, then you're gay.
Sherry has a good theory.
You're just
here.
like, no way.
Yeah.
I mean, being in touch with one's feminine side, I think that isn't that the ideal? Isn't that like the balance one wants to try to have? I mean, also when we look at our little kids, we're trying to put ourselves inside their mind and see what they're thinking, and reflecting to the other spouse, being sensitive to things to a certain extent, I think would ultimately result in probably a healthy relationship. If you could, in a certain sense, see the map they're seeing. But was this, I just jumped down, was this the topic? Who's gay?
It's become that. I don't know how we got here.
Well, we
I'm
were
sorry.
talking about.
I apologize.
We were
I
talking
don't
about.
know.
I don't know.
People will be here.
What happens?
Also,
Also,
like a 90s topic. We're way past that.
of who's gayest?
But the gays have been like already accepted. They're gay, great, do your thing, wave your flag. If anything, I think the gays and the lesbians actually, after this whole woke extravaganza, I think ultimately they're going to end up falling on the sides of the conservatives.
The gays?
Ultimately. Yeah, I just think like they're just gay, but everything else they do live normal life. So like, that's fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, basically, if you're just gay right now, you are almost a hyper conservative. Like if you're only gay, you know?
Exactly. It's not enough.
I know a gay guy that married a lesbian, and they're like super happy. They've been together for like, I guess, 20 years at this point.
God bless them. Conversion therapy. That's what we need.
And
Well, I mean, all jokes aside, that's the question though. Like, what's the border of conversion therapy to no? They both decided they understand that they have their own sexual orientation. Nevertheless, they're trying to create a conservative lifestyle, or let's say we'll say like a religious lifestyle.
Yeah.
That's part of the ironic part is my friend used to work for what was Exodus or New Directions, which is like oftentimes used for conversion therapy stuff. And he's left the movement and is now affirming of gay marriage, but he's married to a lesbian and still like happily. So I'm trying to have the conversation with him of like, how are you against this when you also did this?
Okay,
Like,
two quick administrative things. Kezi, I do love you, and your audio is terrible. I don't know if you can like pop out and come back in or something. And we were just enduring it because we love you, but I think all the listeners are like, can you please help us?
Luke, I think that's anti-Semitic. I think any criticism of Kezi is anti-Semitic.
Try popping out, converting to Islam, coming back, and then maybe your audio.
Why Islam?
Just because
I know that's
he asked if he was anti-Semitic.
That's why I also was taken aback. Have him convert to
I think
Christianity.
Luke's a covert Islamist. This is the whole thing: is to undermine Christianity. It sounds kind of muffled.
Is it any better or not really?
No. I mean, try taking off your yarmulke. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna get canceled. Guys.
This episode, there's definitely a lot of like red flags being sent to YouTube. They're like, check don't promote this
My
stream.
next
All I
stream.
know is a Jew got on, he was accused of being gay, was asked to remove his clothing. This is just a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe this
I
is
love
super
you.
progressive. Maybe we're actually on the cutting edge.
Yeah, you're gay. Take off your shirt.
I love also Ethan, like he was like hoping, like, you know, this little corner, I'm very excited, all this like deep conversation. Now he sees this like paper thin, two scratches in. It's just,
That's
Meaning
funny.
crisis averted. There we go.
Try
Well,
audio.
I have a
converter.
question,
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
but I don't know if it's supposed to get serious or if we want to stay where you
We're
are.
going in and out. This is my
Okay.
gravity levity.
In and out? What do you?
Easy.
Jeez, Luke.
Now
Come on,
serious.
man.
That's too much silly.
Because I wonder if we're not if well, I shouldn't say we. I wonder if the tradition I was raised in, evangelicalism, and many others have been wildly misreading the Adam and Eve story, and finding a good partner for life, getting married, has more to do with matching someone's masculinity and femininity, and that might be the best way to find a partner in life.
It's
Well,
interesting
the
because, like, on my Myers-Briggs test, my personality profile for men, it's like the least likely, and for women, it's more common. And then for my wife's personality, it's the exact opposite. It's very it's less likely for women to have her personality profile and more likely for men.
We're probably the same, Jess. Yeah. Me and my wife. Yeah. And so I do think there's something to it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like magnets. I mean, opposites are going to attract to some degree, and that's a good thing.
Well,
Magnets, how do they work? Go ahead.
Poles. Like this.
I was gonna say that the Bible, I don't know the exact wording in English, but it talks about in Hebrew, there's a difference between male and female and femininity and masculinity. There are two different things that the Bible actually talks about. It says Ishishav and Zachar Nekeva. Those are two different words. So there are clearly, I would say there's clearly two different sexes, but then with regards to how that manifests, or as far as like how masculine they could be or how feminine they could be, that there's wiggle room over there. And there's of course readings that, you know, man and Adam and Eve are sort of connected originally, right? They're one, and then they get separated. The terminology that we use often in this little corner is like the Bible says, like, she'll be a help against him. That would be the literal translation from Hebrew, or we'll call it in verbatim language, opponent prophecy. So there's a sense where you definitely need to be able to be different. In that sense, you guys can complete each other and become a whole. But if you want to fit that Lego piece, you obviously have to make sure that you yourself are built in a way that you could connect to that person, right? So if you are exhibiting behavior that's going to make you an improper fit, then you're not going to be able to mold back into that becoming one flesh again. One of those versions of seeing if you're a proper fit is obviously procreating, right? Being fruitful and multiplying. So that's one successful version of two becoming back into one. But then there's just a spiritual and an emotional connection, which a husband and wife can meld again and become one. That doesn't mean that they are the same. It just means that that's probably the most intimate version of unity and multiplicity, which is a husband and wife. But ideally, they get to a place where they could sort of share a brain, ideally, or whatever that means, share sort of that experience of male and female.
Mm-hmm.
And I would even say being a help against him means that a wife or whatever spouse would know that my wife is behaving in X way or my husband is behaving in X way. They are not keeping up with the standard that we sort of created together or this relationship that we have together. So a help against him is, it seems like it's an opponent, but in that sense, it's there because she wants to or he wants to help raise them up or bring them back down, if it's like an ego question, into where they're actually supposed to be. So only a spouse that actually knows you and is aware, like their barometer is set properly, like when they know where you're balanced, they can actually be a proper help. But in order to do that, it would require for them to be able to see you properly. So the male would have to understand the female and vice versa. I don't know if that answers your question.
I really,
Jason,
Yeah.
Jason transcribed what Chezi said before he spoke it. Sherry can hear everything he's saying. Cody says, I'm pretty sure Morse code would be clearer than Chezi's audio. It's just,
All right, Cody.
someone said he's
Ian
talking into
said
a bucket. Yeah.
maybe if he talked into a bucket.
What's going on? I can hear most of it.
I have a better.
Yeah, I got
I have a
it.
better.
Okay, I think I picked up on most of it. Yeah, I do
Chezi-
think. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, now he's gone.
He'll come back.
Okay.
He'll come back when he's no longer Jewish.
I want to know if he's allowed to take off his yarmulke if he puts on a bigger hat.
I think so, because don't they have those? I heard somebody was telling me a story about the really fancy hats. Like,
But I just assume they have a hat under those hats.
it's like a Russian.
It's
nesting
hats all the
doll.
way down.
That's all he actually has an even smaller yarmulke.
Like if you take off the yarmulke, there's like a little smaller yarmulke.
yeah,
And inside the very top, at the back, at the crest of the dome is the Shekinah glory.
like a nipple tassel, yeah.
I really hope, Hezi, I love you. I hope that was not disrespectful. I
No,
feel
I
like
don't
I
think
feel
so.
like Jews have
I
a good
don't
sense
think
of
so.
humor.
Do we
That's
have data on
racist,
balding
Luke.
rates?
Yeah, it's objectively true. Sorry?
Listen, we're not going to start talking about balding here. I'm insecure about it.
Oh man, I like that lens on there.
Are you losing your hair? Is he putting?
Oh,
Oh!
There's a light from the sky that's trying to take me away.
strangely, your audio is
Hezi.
fantastic. Once you cut that.
It's it's the conversion theory
It's a
comes
sign
back.
from God.
What is happening?
Hezi,
I don't know. I
Hezi,
changed
did
the-
you-
there.
that the hat is to remind you that God is always above you, correct?
Yes. And
Okay. And
and you
Go
wear it when you're specifically you need to wear it. Historically, you didn't wear it unless you were praying or being part of a religious activity, right? So then you want to be sort of grounded and oriented, and then the custom was to wear it all the time.
okay.
The furry hats were it was just cold in Poland.
But then there's people in Israel that still wear them.
Is it
Yep.
cold there?
It's not at all. And wearing black is definitely like you have to be thinking God is like shaking his head. This is like really definitely not recommended to be wearing all black in living in the Middle East. Definitely with like a fur hat on your head.
Well, and did you see
and
the
then like
in the Middle Ages there were like conal hats that Jewish people wore. They were like that. Have you seen those?
yeah, I mean not around anymore. No, but I've seen them. However, ironically, all the black and white getup of that you would see, let's say in your classic Jewish look, right, with like the little side curls. It's not that they're being conservative, as in we want to maintain how Abraham looked, because he definitely didn't look like that. It's actually a response to progress, right? It's the world is changing and demanding change, so we're gonna actually become Amish, right, in order to be able to protect ourselves. But that reaction is actually a progressive reaction, right? It's they're deciding to put on more fences and be a lot more strict about an array of different laws, and it's quite sad actually because I see it as just doubling down on exile.
Well, and some of them,
Jacob and I.
Yeah. How do you feel about women wearing wigs as head coverings? That to me is, it just doesn't feel like what that idea should be about.
You are correct. And that's why in the Talmud, when they talked about hair covering on women, it basically looked like you shot a horse and put it on your head. It wasn't very appealing. Today, my wife's wigs, for example, are beautiful, and you would say that she actually looks better with the wig on, right? So is that not like, am I not defeating the purpose by her wearing a wig? Now, first off, this is her commandment, not mine. So my attitude, what I told her at least, was I'm against wigs, but this is between you and God, not between me and God, so you could make your own decision. Number two, there's a practical element, which is, can you say God's name? Can you say the Tetragrammaton next to an exposed woman, which means like a naked woman, or if her head is uncovered, assuming she's married? And the answer is you can't do that. So if you want to just look at the law, once she has her wig on, her hair is covered. And in that sense, you know, you covered all your bases. There are people that don't wear wigs. There are people that do. There are actually very, very ultra-Orthodox communities that do that as well. So like you said, to me, it's a little, it sort of defeats the purpose, but I have my own vices. So
my wife. Well, and for those who don't,
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, and for those who don't know, because I kind of immediately jumped into it, and Ethan kind of went, wait, what? In Orthodox Judaism, women are supposed to cover their hair, but you are allowed to cover your hair with other hair. So you can wear a wig and look like your hair is uncovered, but you have to have your hair covered. So you can wear a wig to cover your hair, and it can be fully done and beautiful and everything.
Correct.
In fact, in some communities, it's encouraged, right? The wigs.
Yes. Yeah. They had their own drama when the wigs they were getting was hair from India, but there was a fear that like some sort of like idol worship process was going on. Like, are these women cutting their hair for like some sort of like ritual, and then Jews are just buying the hair? But if it was used for like a pagan ritual, then that hair can't be used. And then there was like a moment where like, I want us to burn their wigs, but they figured it out.
Yeah, well, because the Sikhs, the women donate their hair twice in their life, if I'm correct. So a lot of the black hair is donated to the temples for Sikh women, and so do you know if they're allowed to use those the wigs made from that hair?
I can't. I haven't like double clicked into this like too much, or at least it's been a very long time. I believe it sounds sort of familiar though. Again, if it's associated with like some sort of pagan element, then obviously that would be problematic.
But they're monotheists, so they would the Sikh community is monotheistic. So maybe.
So you're right. So like a wig that was being used for like mosque services, you're right. That's not going to be a problem.
Anyway, sorry about this.
I didn't mean to push off Jess or Luke if this topic was too intense.
Well, since they're gone, can we go back to the rib?
Sure.
Because is it a rib in Hebrew? Because when I look at the word, I mean, I have no understanding of it, but it's used architecturally.
Yes.
Yeah. Rashi said that God took from the side, not the head, that the woman would be above him, not the foot, that she would be below him, but from the side, so that she would be an equal partner. That's one of and
correct.
In what is the language? In like Ugaritic, the same word means life as rib, which is interesting because that's also what Eve's name means, is the living.
So is the rib thing is just a Middle Ages edition?
Fella in Hebrew in modern Hebrew is also considered. By the way, I see that picture. She's coming out from his side over there. I mean, there's versions where it's really the side is really his back. She was like they were back to back with each other. But I would. This is assuming you are adopting the physicalist interpretation.
I think it's literal.
Right. So then there's like, when he makes them like garments of skin, right? That I would say that's potentially talking about, let's say, a physical manifestation of them. But then there's also a spiritual element to them as well.
Well, and the secondary physical one too is that, because Rashi also had the idea that you could have hermaphroditic Adam, that Adam is both, and that the feminine is like, he basically splits like by osmosis, right? Like you split him in. And a similar idea, even with soulmates, exists in Greek thinking, where like human beings originally had four legs and 4 arms, and then they were split in half.
I mean, there's a sense also that the fall, right, is the spiritual fall, and then like, the serpent, due to the serpent, the soul falls, and then it's dressed into a physical body, right? Every time a baby is born right now is actually experiencing like another fall, basically since that point, which is like you are detached again from the spirit realm, and then you're just experiencing it like this, right? When there was still the tree in the garden, there were many options. Due to lack of communication, ultimately between Adam and Eve, they fall. But that was potentially wasn't supposed to happen. However, the mystics do talk about, it's called the secret of the deer, and it gives an example. It's a longer story, but it gives an example of this deer that's pregnant, and the deer is terrified of giving birth due to the pain of the pregnancy. It doesn't want to give birth, and it's just waiting, and then God sends a serpent to bite the deer. So the deer, for example, will be distracted by the bite, and then the pregnancy happens basically. Like for a moment when it stopped thinking about this fear it has about of giving birth, once it was distracted, that process was allowed to happen. And this is alluding to that, is it a fall from heaven, or are we actually being pushed out of heaven into this experience? And then it's not as negative as we would actually frame it to be. Rather, the fall is actually necessary for this process, for us to then make our way back up. But if we wouldn't have fallen, then sort of there's no point for this whole story.
Yeah.
Right? The serpent is part of God's love.
Right. And in some traditions, it's even our human bodies is what the serpent used to look like. Right? Isn't that Chezi, is that Kabbalah where
the serpent was supposed to look, they talk about the serpent having legs and having hands and sort of looking like a person, and there's a sense where he is a person. The snake is like the most cunning of all the creatures of the garden, but we're not really talking about like a snake. We're talking about some other sort of being. Right.
And so, well, and even the putting on the skins, it's sometimes like a putting on the physical body, the body as it is now.
Yes.
Yeah. And it kind of makes sense that there's an animal that sheds its skin, and so that's the one whose skin Adam and Eve are covered with. I think that's where that kind of idea comes from.
But again, it's a process. If there's no conversation between them, right? Even if you're like further on in Genesis, right? Even when they give each other from the tree to eat, there's still no conversation. Just she hands it to him and they eat. Only after that point does he actually call her Eve, right? There's also like a growth. There's a growth in Adam himself where he realizes like at some point there's no conversation, there's no communication, which is him not really understanding who this person is. Only later on does he now call her Chava ki em kol chai. She's the mother of all living things, right? So he's understanding that to live a proper life, right, I have to have a proper dialogue with this person ultimately. So really it's male and female, which is the natural biological sort of stage, which we also have in animals. Then there's Ishisha, there's man-woman, which is the the intellectual, the conscious sort of understanding that there's someone outside of me, and then there's Adam and Eve, which are actually their names, which is their soul element, which is I actually recognize a personality in the other side, and I could actually have a dialogue with that personality. So these are really the three different stages that we go through.
And Isha is basically like Adama, the word for earth, is the feminine of Adam. Ish and Isha, it's masculine, feminine. So it's interesting that she is not called Adama. Adama is the ground. Adama is not Eve's name, right? It's like the counterpart is Isha, the Isha, like but that's not her name. She gets a name separate from Adam's identity, completely separate from Adam's identity.
That is the, in Hebrew would say the chidush. That is the novel part, right? Which is like it requires Adam. It's like a slow roll, right? God puts him to sleep and does the separation. Adam still doesn't understand that this is something that's separate from him.
Right.
He's still like sort of not sure what he's doing.
In the New Testament, Paul does this thing where he talks about the interesting ordering of the creation, because it's the opposite of how childbirth works. Is men come out of women, not the other way around, right? Like it creates all women, all men come out of women, but all women ultimately came out of man because of Adam, right? Like this interplay, this back and forth kind of a thing.
Which is why only when Cain is born does Cain turns her into mother.
Right.
Up until that point, she has like this sort of like this random existence.
Right. She's just counterpart. She's Isha.
Yeah, in a certain sense, she's also, again, she's at a higher status sort of than men, right? She's like this metaphysical being in a certain sense, right? She is the archetype of all women in all of history. Then there's Eve, which is like, this historical figure that we're talking about, like we said, like the mother of Cain at that point. But even herself, and also like sort of like the more intuitive element of the woman is something that we're very much lacking in our world. Definitely in Judaism, we need to return to the feminine. But that's also a whole other longer conversation. I know I owe you also a response, David. I know you wanted to talk about the temple or something else.
We'll talk some other time. It's okay, Chezi. And maybe not recorded. I just want to talk for like a little bit.
Sure.
Okay, question.
Ethan, what's going on? Yeah.
As you said, that's the Hadush, the novel thing?
Chidush. Chidush is from the word chadash, which is new.
It's like an innovation.
Correct. I mean, it's very. If you're in like a Jewish seminary, you constantly want to be finding the chiddush. You want to be finding the innovation. You want to have a new idea, a new concept. You want to have a way that the commentary doesn't mention. There's one thing which you mention something that the commentary said, and then you find out that someone else said it. So that's called Baruch Shekivanti, which is like, it's great that you were basically, without knowing, you were pointing out what the sage said, and in that sense, you are allowing that sage to remain alive, right? So there's that element. There's another trend, which is, if you want to bring up your own original idea, and it's innovative. So that's something that people look to do as well, to find a chidush, to find a new novel idea that hasn't been talked about by the sages, or take a few different ideas and build something together, as long as you're using the tools of interpreting the text. You can't just do what you want willy-nilly. There are guidelines of how to go about making these interpretations.
Oh, that's interesting, because that's a little bit like, okay, the whole point of going to get a doctorate is to bring new information into the world. It's maybe even a little bit like Hegel, thesis, antithesis, synthesis.
Correct. Which is, for example, in the Maimonides stream that we do, the focus is Maimonides because we're studying Maimonides. However, I keep on bringing in examples also of, let's say, more of like the mystical sages, because I believe that ultimately we could create a synthesis between these ideas, which even though Maimonides was very much a rationalist, what I enjoy doing is showing how ultimately both of them are pointing at the same direction. Whether it's the mystic or the rationalist, they might be using different jargon, they might be going about it a different way, but what's enjoyable is when you could recognize that Maimonides here 1,000 years ago is actually he's opening up a door for the mystics to come in from a different perspective, and then they don't have to necessarily be contradicting each other, rather they're working together.
Okay, for both of you, are you both trying to be like corpus callosums? You're trying to find the bridge from the left brain to the right brain and back and forth?
I mean, first of all, in general, aren't we always trying to do that? I mean, even when we're just speaking about a male and
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, trying to be friends have in the past described me as amphibious, right? Like trying to understand things from different traditions, trying to be able to be someone who can swim in both waters. So like I take pride in the fact that the Bible study that I do on Jacob's channel is regularly attended, not merely by Christians. I kind of would be a little bit sad if it was just of a similar fish in a school together. I'm very, very happy that there can be conversations that are productive with a variety of backgrounds.
Ethan, have you been enjoying your bar hop?
My what? Say again?
Your TLC bar hop.
Between
all the little channels over here. I saw you started your own new game as well.
A little bit. Yep. I mean, it's kind of like dojos, you know, there's all these dojos and I just show up over here and like learn from the masters, and someone's teaching judo, someone else is teaching karate, someone else is teaching this. And it's like, okay, the skills I learned over there, I can't use here. I gotta approach this differently and learn differently. I mean, like the opportunity to have all these dojos with doors open, like massive learning opportunity.
Fezzi is teaching Krav Maga, I suspect.
No, I'm not teaching Krav Maga.
What? That's your fighting style, isn't it? I suppose you had to take it, didn't you? Isn't that part of military training?
Yeah, you take some of it. You take some basic training like that for in the army. Yeah, sure. It's not something that like serious like combat soldiers, like you have people that are way better trained than I am. But yes, generally speaking, people are trained in some sort of basic martial art. But they'll prefer to use their gun. So
yeah.
But please God, we'll have peace soon in our days. What else has been on your mind, Ethan?
What's been on your mind? You're the newest person to this stream this morning. You have to say what's been on your mind.
On my mind, I was talking about this earlier in a different stream, but I'm still sort of thinking about it, which is I'm just thinking about music and prophecy. This is something that I was sharing with Matt C. it has to do with like the music I'm hearing in Israel recently, and or in the last 10 years. But the idea I was like sort of playing with is that sort of in and this also relates to Maimonides, but sort of as far as Aristotle's considered, you know, in his philosophy, God is really sort of the sum of all knowledge, and if God is the sum of all knowledge, right, then he can't really choose, because like a choice implies lack, right? And then that's like a problem, because like now God is lacking, and we're obviously saying that God is not lacking. Now Maimonides brings in this. He affirms the idea of like this infinite wisdom, but he also adds the idea of God's will. In Hebrew it's called ratzon, right? Which is like that's sort of like a faculty that's beyond reason. Now, the mystics go even further, and they say that ratzon, will, God's will, is not born from like a deficiency, right? It's emerging from shefa, from an abundance of, we'll call it, let's say, the infinite light, right? Sort of seeking expression. And why this relates to sort of music and prophecy is because that, like an artist is not creating a piece, or David's piece that he's creating behind us, for example, that drawing he was doing. I would say it's not because there's a lack of something, he was missing something. Rather, there's a sense that I could express even more. And God himself in that sense is also so like the prophet is taking he's taking an idea that is infallible, right? And he's giving it like sort of form, or he's giving it like actual words. That's what the prophet does. So does the artist, right? The artist takes like this mix up colors all together that we wouldn't be able to look at, but he gives it some sort of order, and then we're getting to see this beautiful piece of art. And this is also why when for example, the prophet Elisha gets upset, and then the kings ask him to prophesy, he says, I need you to bring me someone to play music, right? Because I need to get put back in the zone. I can't hear anything you're saying, David.
Oh, sorry. That's exactly where I wanted you to go. That's a passage that I've used several times before, because people don't understand how prophecy works, because you have to incorporate that story where a prophet may not have a message. He does not know what to say. And then he gets someone to start playing the acoustic guitar, and he starts feeling the rhythm, and then he starts spitting verse. Like that's one of the most incredible passages.
Yes, but feeling the rhythm, I would say the language we're saying over there is actually it's an overflow of expression, right? So the rhythm is there coming out. There wasn't a song that was missing. Rather, now we all hear that new Bridge Over Troubled Water, and we're like, this song is amazing, right? So God, there's always more that could be expressed. And part of it is, of course, like, you know, when dealing with humans, the idea of prophecy is someone that it has that feel of like, I need to express more, not because there's a lack, but just because there's an overflowing of God's abundance.
Well, and that's very interesting, because what you're saying, Kezi, has become very popular, where people are talking about art forms where you use restriction to bring forward the art. Is that if you're an artist, you know, you could make a poem about anything, but you want to pick like a sonnet today to create the discipline, because that's going to produce a particular type of art. So you could imagine Elisha has all of this inside of him, and then the music creates the funnel that, okay, this is the stanza, this is how it's going to fit. And then it embodies, because instead of being everything, it's just this one thing that the platform has created.
I mean, correct. And you could extrapolate that to the commandments themselves, right? The commandments are there to give you freedom by restricting you in a certain sense, right? It's there to funnel. So taking on the commandments doesn't mean like, why would you not want to have freedom? Instead, it's like, when I take on these commandments, I could express more freedom that way.
Right, because God could have made human beings without foreskin. Right? is like there's this symbolism to circumcision, which is used, which makes no sense if God created human beings without foreskin. Right? I mean, maybe that's crude, but you get what I mean, right? Like he creates a world, creates laws which operate within that world, and then that becomes moral principles by which we then understand our lives, right?
Well, this of course, we'll go back to like why God makes a world that's incomplete and things like that. It goes back to the requirement of be holy, for I am holy, right? And I'll use the word need over here, even though we're saying need is obviously it's not need like how humans need, but it's more of an invitation. I am holy, and I don't want to be the only holy one. So if you level up and you could be holy, we could converse. But for you to converse with me, you got to be holy as well.
Right.
God doesn't want to be the only one in front.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I've even wondered that as well, of like creating Adam not good. That Adam is first created lacking something. But in creating him with lack, that then creates a narrative where God then acts and gives him the thing that he needs, right? That is...
Well, God is constantly, and I've said this in the past, is looking, it's a co-creation process, right? So the classic example that I've given before is I was going to give the story of naming the animals, the difference between the Quran and, let's say, the Bible. But let's leave our Muslim brothers aside for a second. Let's look at the story of the fire, right? So in the Greek world, Prometheus has to steal fire from the gods and give it to the humans, right? So it's not even earned. He has to give it to us. They're angry about it. In the story of Adam, the day's coming to an end, and Adam's starting to bug out because, like, I've never seen the sun set, but, like, it looks like it's basically game over right now. And he sort of calls out the God.
It's the apocalypse.
Yeah, exactly. Great. And God gives him these two stones to clash together, right? And the sense of God is saying, like, I'm not leaving you, I'm not abandoning you, but I'm asking you to do this together with me. And we see this also with naming the animals, right? God comes and says, let's see what he's going to name the animals. Because I'm looking
Isn't the name of those rocks... Aren't those rocks called Zohar? Am I wrong?
No, but Zohar would be like a spark, or an Nitzotz is like divine spark, so you could get out of things, right?
Right. Okay.
And so God is very much interested with, sort of like a co-creation. I mean, that is also the symbol of the David Star, right? This triangle, flat bottom, earth aiming its way up, right? And then God making its way down, right? So,
and in the name of Cain, I've gotten a man with the help of Hashem, right? I've gotten she gets him from him.
Correct. Now, I mean, Cain, we call the mark of Cain, but in Hebrew it's ot, which means letter. And we usually look at Cain as being someone that's basically pushed off or discarded. But God gives him a letter to let him know that if you repent, you have to realize, Cain, even you are part of a larger ensemble of letters, which are the letters that are used to write the Torah. So even you are not fully lost. I'm marking you with a letter, and if you repent, you could come back to the ensemble, right? If you see yourself as one letter by yourself, then you're going to be lonely. But if you want to be part of my word, then even you are still marked with my letter. And, our job is obviously and this is very much what we're doing in the TLC, is finding these abandoned letters out there, or these lost letters, and trying to create a new symphony, a shir chadash, as it's called, or a new song.
That's good. I gotta go. Cheers, gents.
Catch you later.
Kez, if I just have you... Okay,
what's
you're
up?
going to
What's
go?
up?
Okay, cool.
No, I can give you another minute.
Well, I wanted to bother you about a bunch of things, and we're on stream now, and apparently we're just allowed to talk, so I guess,
sure. So,
are you okay with talking for a couple more minutes?
I can, yeah, sure. I can do a few more minutes.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I'm representing something correctly.
All right.
Which is that in order for God to create the world in Judaism.
But by the way, I'm not being rude. I'm responding to some work stuff as well, but I'm with you.
Yeah, I know. If you hear me clicking, that's what I'm working as well. So in order for God to create the world within Judaism, but God is everywhere, everything, like he needs to create space for the world to exist. So he has to contract or pull back to create a space in order for those things to occur. But then also in order to create, for God to interact with finitude, he has to create division within himself that can interact with that world. And so that's what's necessary for the creation.
Yes, even that retraction though is there's never a void of nothingness.
Right.
Right. Even in the retraction, of course, God is still there, but the retraction, we could even say God alludes to it in Hebrew. You could see this with Noah, when he says you're going to see the rainbow in the cloud. But in Hebrew, it's the ova anan. It's sort of saying like deep in the cloud, and almost as if God is saying you're not going to see it, I'm going to see it. Right. So this is sort of God telling himself that like I know I've been retracted, and I'm a few layers deep. But rest assured, I'm still involved. As in, even if you don't see me, even in those days where you don't see the sun and you just see the clouds, I'm still there.
Right. So
you are correct on that.
Am I right that this is also described as almost like a kind of death? That it's like God has to lay aside a bit of his infinitude to take on the finite. He has to create like a division within himself in order to interact with the world. And that is like laying aside the fullness of what he is just in order to create the world.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say it's like death or a sacrifice.
Right.
I would say it's
why not?
I wouldn't
why
say,
not?
Well, because first of all, it's not gone. It's always there, right?
Right.
And we also say late atar panui mine in Aramaic, which means there's no space that's void of you, right? So like we're very aware of that, of course, at all times. So there's now again. So you could say that contradicts the idea of this void, right?
Right.
However, the term in Hebrew in Kabbalistic Hebrew is Reshimo, which comes from the word Roshem, which is like an imprint, right? So there's a memory or an imprint, or God's light has been fossilized in that void. So like we're not interacting with him right now, but we're still interacting with sort of that, and that's why there's a term called Ein Sof. We never interact with Ein Sof. We only interact with the Or Ein Sof, with the light of Ein Sof. We can never interact with the thing itself. And I'll just add one more thing. This is the God can't see God's face. Moses can't see God's face, right? He can only see God's back, as God tells him. That's a whole other conversation. But Moses reaches this level of knowing that he can't know more, right? So when he comes down, it says, and he didn't know that his face was radiant. And the sense is, when he says he didn't know, he knew the not knowing is the level he reached, which is, I know that I can't know more than this. And when he comes down and puts on a veil, he is then modeling to the Israelites what he experienced with God, which is, you're talking to me, I'm putting on this veil right now because that's as far as I could get with God.
So, Chezi, could you, how is this not, like, obviously I'm a Christian, so within Christianity, we speak of, like, the image that God creates the world in is Christ. Christ is referred to as the high priest and also as the lamb which was sacrificed before the foundations of the earth. So the idea is that there's a person within God who takes on, is the one who can face the finitude. That, the Father cannot be encountered, right? The Father can't even create the world, right? It has to create it through the Son. And so this Son figure is, like what you were saying, is the visible of the invisible, right? You can't see on Ein Sof, you can only see the radiance, right? You can only, like, you see the light, right? And that is also a name which is given to Christ in 1 John. Can you talk about that at all? And don't worry about offending me. I love you. You're one of my favorite people to talk to. Okay?
I'm thinking how to properly respond to this. It's a very complicated topic, obviously, Tsimtsum. And whether or not, I mean, different Kabbalists also had different versions of how they interpret the Tsimtsum. Famously, the Ari had, is like, this is like more of a metaphor. There's people that look at Tsimtsum as actually the Tsimtsum, the retraction is not happening in the creator, it's happening in the created. And the fact that, like, we, to be like God, who doesn't receive because he's God, we create a void in ourselves, and in that void, like, in that sense, like, it's empty and it can't receive, and then we could be like God in a certain sense, that we could try to, like, sort of have sort of relationship with him. However, back to sort of like what you specifically were saying, I'm going to answer this by saying at least what I believe to be true is that, well, that I have two different thoughts about Jesus and Christianity. But right now, I'm going down the route of the myth of Christianity, okay? And in the myth of Christianity, which doesn't mean that a figure like Jesus doesn't exist, it means, though, that when the Talmud talks about, well, when Christians say Jesus died, as in God died, and the Jews killed him, I would interpret that to the feeling that was felt at that time during the Second Temple, when the Israelites are acting inappropriately, which ultimately leads to the destruction of the temple and the leaving of the Shekhinah. And that is felt everywhere. And you could almost say that feels like, because of you, his presence is not here anymore. So God has been killed in a certain sense. And then there's a feeling of, well, we can't be in this zone, so we need to bring back Joshua, Yehoshua. We need to bring back redemption, and we're going to bring back redemption with a man.
That's good.
And we're going to play. We're going to play with the archetypes of Judah and Joseph and Judas and the son of Joseph. And there's going to be 12 tribes, and we're going to have 12 apostles, and we're going to do a lot of this mapping sort of on. So now when you talk about Tsimtsum, you could then again say the fact that there's a retraction, right? God has to leave. The Father can't be over here, and you could only give us a Son. And even the Son ultimately can't be over here, so he's being taken away from us. So I could understand how Christians would say, like, yeah, we're not talking about the same thing. But I would argue that yeah, sorry, please go ahead.
I thought, even as you were saying, what you were saying was beautiful, because there also is the teaching in Christianity is that he doesn't really die. Like, he is bringing the light of God into Shaul, into Sheol. Yeah, sorry, Sheol, not. I mean, he does bring it to Saul as well, but into Sheol, into Hades, into that the light is going down, and that it's not actually. He's using this mode in the same way that you're talking about God with the temple, because there's also a talking about God is actually bringing his presence out into the world by allowing the temple to be destroyed. Like the light goes somewhere else. It scatters it. It's actually far from killing it. It's actually spreading it into the world. That is exactly what we would be celebrating in the.
Well,
sorry, go ahead.
Again, we could look at this in sort of both ways. That, like, the rabbis, right? The rabbis and the last of the prophets of the great assembly, right, during the Second Temple, when they still had some inkling of prophecy left, they decided to, they wanted to basically abolish incest and idol worship. Okay? When they abolished incest, it said that basically the urge of procreation basically left the world. And then they're like, this is too extreme. We can't do that. We're just going to have to live with that feeling.
Yeah.
But they did manage to remove idol worship, or the strong need for idol worship. But what they lost together with it was prophecy, because prophecy is connected to the imaginal, and idol worship
And
is
the
very much
visionary,
connected.
and yeah.
Exactly. So this goes to the idea of all the way back in the times of Enosh, when it says "Az huchal likro b'shem Hashem" in his period, and the literal translation would be, and then they began to call out in God's name, and that sounds like a great thing. However, we have to immediately ask, why is it saying now we will start to call in the name of God? What about Adam? What about all the people beforehand? Did they not call in the name of God? And the idea is that at that point, huchal also means hulal, was desecrated. And that's when the beginning of the desecration of God's name began, meaning that's when masks started. Intermediaries. I could see a lot of force in a lot of different things. I see the sun is extremely powerful, and blood rituals are extremely powerful. So all these things made a lot of sense for a lot of people. Now, going back to like sort of it spreading out, the only place that spreading is happening is in the temple, right? Where we allow for blood rituals, and we allow for burning the sacrifice on Sabbath, and we allow for incense, and we allow for, literally in the holies of holies, you have two idols, right? You have two cherubs. So there's still a place for that to happen. It has to happen within the 8th day, which is the temple. Temple still is an 8th day creation, sort of. Right, so that's where you still have that glory sort of being spread out, and after the destruction, again that leaves us. So, but I would say that in Judaism, the Tsimtsum, the retraction, is to allow to leave a room for creation, but also room for choice, for free will, right? So, in a sense, in Christianity, you could say like God retracted and he gives us Jesus, but then Jesus basically wiped all our sins away, right? So where's our free will in that game, so to speak, right? If he ultimately dies to, redeem us and so he can repent for all our sins, that's not what the retraction in Kabbalah is doing. The retraction in Kabbalah is allowing you for the space to actually screw up as well.
Well, and see, the interesting thing is that how we become one with Christ is not merely one with his resurrection. We believe we will be one with his resurrection, but what we are one with right now is one with him in his death. So it's that repentant, it's taking on, it's not trying to avoid the consequences even of our sin, but even like taking them on, bearing within ourselves what that looks like is the growth towards God. It's the, you could even say that it's like bearing on the forsakenness that is actually the calling you back. There was something that you said earlier that was really hitting me. Thank you, Chezi. This is exactly why I wanted to have this conversation with you. What you're saying is it's very exciting. I enjoy it a lot. No, I don't know where else I wanted to go. Every time you start talking, I want to interrupt you, but I also want to let you keep going. I'm loving it.
Any other thoughts? It's funny because as I'm thinking about what we're talking about, which is basically like the secrets of the universe, and I'm also typing to my client saying that tomorrow we're going to look at shower heads. So they're both,
I love it. Well, okay. I don't even know if I should talk about it because you're by nature not supposed to talk about it. But in the, some people will know what I'm talking about when I say this. Related to like Merkava mysticism, they say you're not allowed to talk about it unless the people have already experienced it. that there's certain revelations which God gives that for the average person to try to do them, what is it? Is Akiva one of 3 or one of 4 who have a mystical experience, and Akiva's the only one where it was positive. The other guys who saw, he's one of 4. Okay. He's
it was
one of
actually
4.
successful. It was successful in 2. Akiva,
Okay.
4 go in. 4 go in. He warns them. He says, "Don't say water, water," as in don't walk in and assuming you understand what is you're seeing in these places, right? Like you have to be.
Yeah.
Now 1 comes out, 1 dies. He obviously doesn't hack it. 1 goes crazy, right?
Yeah.
Also doesn't make it. The 3rd, which is known as Elisha ben Avuya, the rabbi, one of the extremely great rabbi. And then from that point on, he's known as the other. They don't call his name anymore because he becomes a heretic. He has a hard time. He meets Metatron, and he gets confused with the 2 power of heaven. That's sort of alluding to that conversation, which he does. And then he basically, it says like he cuts the roots and he becomes a heretic. But he came out sane and he doesn't die. Right, so you're still talking about this is still like a high level Sith Lord, right? You know what I'm saying? Like he still knows how to use the Force. And Akiva, it says he came in one piece and he leaves in one piece as well, right? And so that's Rabbi Akiva.
Right.
Now, traditionally, our sages have spoken about how, while Talmud and Mishnah are considered the small things, and the big things are considered the Merkava and the story of creation.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, you only study that at the age of 40. You only study that with one other person, and they have all these different restrictions of how to go about studying these things.
Right,
and rightfully so, very complicated ideas. Many people weren't as educated, etc., etc. However, and this is backed up by a mystic like the Ari, which is like a heavy hitter. He comes and says that in today's day and age, your learning schedule should be your daily learning schedule should be as such. First, study study the 5 books of Moses. Then the rest of the Bible, so the writings, Proverbs, all those good stuff. Then mysticism. Then Mishnah and Talmud. Basically, he says, like, you first need to find your soul. You need to connect to the master of the universe. Once you did all that, then figure out exactly, like, how big your canopy should be or how many minutes you should wait between those elements. That, unfortunately, was sort of lopsided during exile, and the focus was very much on the Talmud, on the system, on the masculine. And really after the destruction of the temple, the sages go to the ruling power at the time and say, listen, we understand that that's over, right? And basically prophecy is over. Give us this place called Yavneh and her wise men. And they decide at that point, we're going to codify this. We're going to build a whole system we're going to give us a Judaism that's going to allow us to survive in exile. And now, and I say this ad nauseum, when we return very much to the actual land, it's time to go back to practicing an embodied Judaism and returning to the feminine, returning to the intuitive, which of course means the return of prophecy. And this goes all the way back to when Ethan asked what I was thinking about. When I look at music in Israel over the last 70 years, I look at that in the last, originally it was only music in the army bands. Then it went to like, let's say, your classic Israeli music. You don't know the names, but like it's very like very white and very secular sort of music. Still very nice music, but secular music. And in the last 20 years, there's been a rise of like, and they're considered like superstars in Israel, who are all, I'm thinking of, let's say, 4 different names, who are all Orthodox Jews, who wear the kippah and the tzitzit, packed stadiums of secular Jews, ultra-Orthodox Jews, Zionist Jews, and they're only singing songs of Jewish texts singing about God, all from the Bible, and everyone is loving this music. And to me, this is an indication of the return of prophecy, that we finally come back to a language that again, like sort of naturally wants to come out, that we're connecting to. And it took a long time for us to feel comfortable with that again. But that is, and this is my last comment on this little rant, which is, and you might have covered this recently in your Bible study, but the ark comes back to Jerusalem, right? And David is having the time of his life. He's doing somersaults. He's dancing. The ark is back. And after the drama with his wife, right, she calls him out for it. Then he doesn't know what to do with the ark in a certain sense, right? He has his ark. This is like the flippant ark that we all learned about. He has it like in a little tent next to his tent, right? And he goes to the Levites and says, like, we need to do something. Like, the ark is here. We've got to level up. I don't have a structure yet. He says, like, sing a new song. Like, and this goes back to the songs. Like, do something that's intuitive and just, I need a new level of praise for God. Right. And I think now when we come back to the land, in the words of Rabbi Cook, it's called the light of Elijah is rising. So the fact that now in Israel we could start building a culture and building a music, and now that music is inspired by our text back in our land. So to me, and the fact that you could see everyone in the country is so enamored by this music, to me is like a data point that that it's something new.
That's interesting. It's very interesting. So this is extremely encouraging for you on like a messianic era kind of idea. Would you? Yeah. Well, and it's very interesting as well, because an aspect that Jesus does not cover at all is that in a lot of Jewish thinking, part of the Messiah being the son of David is that he is going to be a musician, is that he's going to make music that people are going to, that is just going to strike people.
So this is, you're getting into the topic of the, I spoke about this once with RJ about the different messiahs, or the four messiahs that we could have.
Yeah.
And if
you're
you
good with four,
how
Joseph didn't like that I said four. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, Joseph didn't like that I said four, but go ahead.
The Talmud talks about four. Gives them four different names. One's called Menachem, one's called Yinon. Yinon have so you then have different sages that explain, like, you have this like sort of philosopher king Messiah, and you have this warrior king Messiah, and you have one that's, you know, plays music, this Messiah. And you could look at it, this is what I told Jacob, because Jacob, you know, there's the Chabad rabbi that a lot of people call him the Messiah, right? Or there's people that thought he was Messiah. Mm-hmm. And his name is Menachem as well, which is one of the names that the Talmud talks about being Messiah, being the names. But you could interpret that this as in there's multiple messiahs, and they each have their mode, right? So there's Cyrus famously that's called Messiah, right, in the Bible. And you could look at an exile Messiah, which it's not a must, but I don't mind calling, let's say, the Lubavitcher Rebbe as the exile Messiah. He is, Chabad specifically sort of embodies the pinnacle of what Judaism could accomplish in exile. And that's why he symbolizes this person. It's also very apropos that he never came to Israel and said, if I come to Israel, I'll never be able to leave. So the fact that this rabbi even never came here, even more shows that, like, it's almost like, I can't be me if I'm in Israel. I'm here to represent sort of the end of exile is what he represents.
The punk band that can never be number one. They can't, because then they're not punk anymore. If you're the spirit of exile, you can't arrive, no matter how many times you pray it at Passover. It's not going to be next year in Jerusalem. You have to be out here. Yeah.
Now, where it gets more controversial, like as far as Jacob's is concerned, which is that that Zionism, right, can be seen as, in the eyes of some, as Messiah, son of Joseph, which is, and the reason it's called son of Joseph is because, like, the archetype Joseph initially tries to redeem the world through Egypt, right? That's what he's trying to do. He ends up realizing that doesn't work. And then Moses is a little confused with that, right? When he goes to see out in his brother's suffering. So two sages, two heavy hitters have two different interpretations. One comes out and says his brothers were the Israelites. He went to see how they're doing. Another sage comes and says, no, the brothers were the Egyptians. So now to create a synthesis is both were true. Moses knows he's the prince of Egypt, and he also knows he comes from the tribe of Levi, which in all intents and purposes at that time is the priestly class of the Israelites. They also weren't, the Levite tribe wasn't in servitude either. So he has to decide, am I Hebrew or am I an Egyptian? And when he says that he looks this way or that way and he saw that there was no man there, he realizes this culture is hollow. There isn't anything for me here to use, actually. And then when he covers him in the sand, that's symbolic as like, this is the end of Egypt. You also have to realize up until that point, Egypt is considered God's favorite until Israel. Egypt got to a tremendous level of culture and even of religion, right? They were close enough to recognize that the Israelites are going to have a savior soon as well, right? They're looking into the stars and they're aware of something. Now, so the reason we're alluding that to Joseph as far as Zionism is because Messiah, son of Joseph, in some interpretations, is there to be the material element that's needed to bring over the Messiah. So government, democracy, politics, war, creating a nation, all those things require a person or a tool that's going to, quote unquote, get your hands dirty, right? That's like David can't build the temple, right? God says, like, you're David and you're awesome and you're great, but your hands are too bloody to build the temple. And there's nothing wrong with the blood you spill. Just that those hands can't be the building of the temple hands. So Zionism can't be, we can't be what we're supposed to be until we, quote unquote, get our hands dirty, which means building a nation, playing the political game. All those things have to happen as well. And I would say part of it, we're still fumbling right now, right? Like where Israel is right now, Israel trying to figure out the balance between Jewish and democratic, right? Like, what does that mean?
So I like part of my disagreement is I'm wondering in what sense David's hands are bloody. Because is it the blood of Uriah or is it the blood of his enemies? Right? Because there's periods of time where David is righteous and it seems like he can be the one to do the proper thing. Even when he brings in the tabernacle, I was talking to Joseph about this. He sets up the tent. That was not for him to do. He partakes in a priestly act to set up the tent that the ark is going to go in. This is a very extreme kind of.
He gets called out for that, which is like it's sort of you were first to build your house before you built my house. There's a sense over there where you were trying to sort of like, okay, I'm going to make sure I have my place so I could like focus on God. But the attitude was like, no, only focus on God, right? That's like Solomon. That's his only. That's sort of what he wants to do. However, there is a midrash how David's also personality is sort of he's a singer. There's a lot of emotion over there. David goes to the Temple Mount and he removes like this stone and it's part of the foundation stone and it's basically everything starts flooding. And it's almost like if he has to use God's like the tetragrammaton to lock it down and he basically then Jerusalem and the whole world doesn't flood. And it was like he reached the waters of the flood. But there's a sense which is like David, you're sort of all emotion and like to build the tabernacle or to build the temple, I need someone with more of a structure.
Well, and that's fascinating too, because the prophecy is that from the temple, there will come a stream that will water all the nations. So the idea, if you do it improperly, it's going to flood and destroy everyone. But in the Messianic age, that same fountain would be the thing that actually rejuvenates the world, is the fresh water for everyone, right? is the fresh water that'll turn the Dead Sea into something that you could drink. So David, to me, when he is at his best, looks like Joseph. And what I mean by that is like when he's on the run from Saul, or even when he turns into doing some questionable actions, and then he's on the run from Absalom, he again looks like Joseph. He looks like the person who's being righteous while he's being betrayed. And that is David at his best. Even David at his best is the suffering servant.
Well, listen, like you mentioned, like even though he's forgiven, even though Nathan eventually tells that he's forgiven, right? So that's what you say he didn't sin. Nevertheless, like you said, Uriah is dead. There's the death of all the priests of Nob, right? When he goes hiding over there, and then because he's over there, Doeg comes and just massacres all of them. Right? And then there's also just the wars that happened. Maybe there were some innocent people over there. So it's sort of like for this next level, we just can't have that level of blood involved. Which, by the way, just to be very fair, Moses doesn't enter the land. Right? Yeah.
So well, and this comes up in Batman movies. One of the things that they say about Commissioner Gordon in The Dark Knight Rises is they say about him he's a wartime general and it's peacetime, right? People made this criticism of Churchill. It's like he's not for now. Now is the time of peace, and he was someone for World War II, right? Like he's a mighty general. He's great for that, but you don't want that. You know, the violent man finds it difficult to then be gentle with children, right? You kind of want a psychopath, or not even a psychopath, but someone capable of great violence. But then when he goes inside, what is that guy supposed to do, right?
Yeah, to be clear, also Solomon obviously messes up.
Yeah.
Right? He also tries to, also like Joseph a little, tries to, redeem the world basically. Like let's bring in the idol worship. We're gonna make everything kosher.
Yeah.
That doesn't really work out so well for him, unfortunately.
No.
But it's we're the miracle of the third temple will be when we all want it. We'll build it.
Yeah.
And it's something that really requires, like, again, like I talk about this often with Jacob about like sort of like what is one's mindset, right? Like using the analogy of Song of Songs, right? How many times does God knock on the door, we open, then he's already gone, right? And so like if it's like a first date or a date with any woman, like I want to be there early. I don't want to be there late. And my argument to Jacob is like, don't be coming in late.
Yeah. It's interesting.
And like I'm saying, as far as like what does knocking on the door look like? Again, like from my
is that I don't know if this is related, but is that part of Jacob's issue with, because it is part of my issue with Zionism, is the idea that we are still in exile. And for some people, the Zionism gives the image that we are not in exile.
Well, we're physically not in exile because we came back to the land, right? So there's like an element of, let's say, that has to be recognized, right? Number one.
But the totality of the kingdom is not, but without it, you have a kingdom without a king, right? And you don't have the kingdom in its fullest, right? Like there's no temple.
I would say king could be interpreted as political system. King doesn't mean there needs to be a monarch necessarily.
Well, yeah. So, Hezi, this was part of my interpretation of David dancing before the ark and him taking off his kingly robes. Is that, to me, the Ark of the Covenant is the seat in which God sits on. Okay, that it is like we found the Egyptian equivalents, and is referred to as Hashem, who sits between the cherubim, right? Which is what's
Right.
at
Well,
the top.
well, it's called actually, or in Psalms, Rocheva Kruvim, the cherub rider.
Yeah. Right on. So that it's a perfect image, right? So to me, David taking off his kingly vestments is him trying to undo what the first problem with asking for a king is, which is Hashem says they haven't rejected you, they've rejected me as king. That's what he says when he's speaking with Samuel. So the image of David dancing before the ark, to me, is him actually saying, I am not the king. Hashem is the king. Right?
Right. I mean, this is his wife's criticism, right? She's like, you're not acting like a statesman, basically.
Yeah, you've debased yourself. And to me,
right.
What he's actually saying is, this is the ruler, this is the king. And so for Israel to be a government without a temple, it's essentially to not the
so
you don't have a leader.
That's why I don't think we're there yet. I think redemption has come, but that's the starting point. Saying we've come back to the land. So it's sort of God's God says, return to me and I'll return to you, right? Which is like, here you go. 6-day war, magic, the UN accepts you. Here you are. You're in your land. You're back. What will you manifest right now? What will you do? How will you rectify the world, so to speak? And you can look at that from like certain levels, like, oh, like we've made we've made the desert blossom and different technologies. Okay, sure. Give me more. Give me how you're creating social justice. Show me how people are actually working together. How your community knows how to work together. So I think we're still very much there. And
well, there's still a lot has to happen, and they're not having as many kids. But the first thing that happened, though, was a bunch of atheist communists trying to create a communist utopia in the
one second. Yes, with the Declaration of Independence,
right,
having a Rock of Ages in it, we're continuing what our prophets wanted. Right, so you could look. I mean, I look at the American forefathers. Right, this is like their version of Sinai. Right, like they're definitely tethering it to the divine. So that's definitely what was happening over here as well. And Herzl, as he got older, also realized that it has to be about the religion at the end of the day. And you have to understand, right now the riots. The protests in Israel before the war and even now are about, is it Jewish and democratic, or is it democratic and Jewish? What is first, and how that manifests? And that is literally the argument that people are having in the country right now, which is like you're saying, David just said right now, are we dancing in front of it, or are we like, no, there's these rules, and we'll find a little corner for God ultimately. And you are right that we're not there yet, but if Jacob looks at Zionism as the devil's work, I don't see it that way.
Well, and the proper giving God glory will look like we've debased ourselves to the previous ruling structure, right? She is, in that story, the daughter of Saul. She is not the wife of David. She is the daughter of Saul.
Yeah, he calls her out, if I remember correctly. Yeah. He said, that's why your family didn't have, that's why there's no king in your family.
Yeah.
Right?
You're telling me I don't know how to be king. Yeah. Because I'm not like your dad. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. So that clearly wasn't pursued properly by him.
Yeah. Okay, Kazi, I have more things I want to talk to you about, but I just feel that we just had such a fruitful conversation that I want to be upset that this conversation is over.
Sure.
And I feel other people, I don't know if you've been following the comments. I think that's Nate in Grail Country saying, I'm so sad I can't get on right now. This is the conversation I wanted to have for a very long time.
I'm looking at comments right now. Baby maintenance question. Baby maintenance. I don't even know what baby maintenance is. I don't know what that means, baby maintenance. I think baby and mother are unclean.
Yeah. Chad wanted you to. I don't even know if he's still there. Chad wanted you to talk about purity rituals related to babies and children, because I think it's about the stress of a newborn, and to some extent, I think some of the cleanliness rituals creates like maybe Chad is looking for how that creates proper space, like that God's care is actually for the mother, and that some of those laws might create a better environment.
The mother. I mean, this is like a big deal, but like the second the mom gives birth, you can no longer touch her. Like it's like the purity laws kick in the second that baby's out, right? There was blood and things like that, and then you're not touching your wife for 2 weeks, which people find it to be like insane. But your wife just had the baby. How are you not holding her? How are you not hugging her? But as far as the son himself, that's the son has no restrictions. Or the child, not the son. The child has no restrictions. Doesn't have to go to a ritual bath. None of those stuff. More Torah, architecturally like the ark.
It's interesting because a lot of people have been talking in the chat, and it was one of those situations where I just wanted to talk to you, with all due respect to everyone else who has been. And some of these things I think are great, but I just wanted to talk to you.
I see. Yeah, but we did. So we basically stole Luke's live stream, just to make sure that it's Luke's. You can be right and be wrong, and be wrong and be right. There you go. So there, threw that in there, Luke. Okay, that's there. And if Jacob is watching, Zionism, boo, and like
it's not on his channel. You can yay it all you want. We're not there. So I talked about the Trinity. I didn't even apologize, right? It's so funny. You have to apologize for the Trinity, and I have to I have to about the Trinity. You have to about Zionism.
Some good questions over here. Regal asked a good question. Does the serpent show up when we reach the limits of our stage of development, like the healing catalyst? Or when you're immature, right? When you won't leave the garden, right? At some point, you got to, live your actual life.
Well, and I don't know how this exists within Judaism, but within Christianity, what is often taught is that for Adam and Eve to partake of the tree of life in their fallen state is what we think of as hell. To be eternally alive, separate from God, is hell. And that it is mercy for God to separate them from the garden, to send them out. You don't want to be here in your state.
I hear that. I'm seeing good comments over here. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm seeing good comments over here from Sherry. But just Yosef and I, we'll see if we'll still do it. If Yosef, you still hear this, you owe me an answer. We were going to do like a verse by verse Genesis by a specific rabbi that I'm very fond of. And we can get into very, very deep stuff over there. But
is it Cook or Sachs? You always like quoting both Cook and Sachs. Which one?
It's a student of Rabbi Cook.
Okay.
I'm a fan of Rabbi Cook.
I just want you to know I'm paying attention. Okay, yeah.
I prefer a different symbol. Okay, McMo's all over this place. Gotta be careful with cancer when speaking about God. Yeah. Virgin birth in Christianity. Some idea we said sounds like the virgin birth idea. Something about the Shekhinah. Is that this? Yes. Did I miss that? Maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Good stuff. And I see names over here. Wow. Good conversation. Sorry, guys. If we're rude. All right. To anyone watching, and no one else jumped on. What is this?
What is the side? So Jason is asking about the side of the ark and the side of an Adam side. Is he talking about the ark of the Ark of the Covenant or the Noah's Ark, that the side is broken and then the animals come out? Do you have any idea what he's getting at there?
I don't think the word Selah is in the ark. It's for sure in the Ark of the Covenant. You have it is used over there, and then it's used architecturally, like side, not as in rib. as
Yeah.
in sell out, which is side.
Yeah.
So that's talked about over there. What I'm saying is Jason trying to see if like symbolically, like Adam is the ark, sort of, right? That like, you know, he's being cut into. I don't know, but I can't tell you that I know of like a parallel like that.
Okay. Well,
There's
you know
also
what? Let's cut. Yeah, go
Sorry,
ahead.
go ahead, please.
No. You first, please. By all
I was
means.
gonna say there's also more than one ark.
Yeah. I was just teaching on this. I was asked to teach last week at a Messianic synagogue, and for the service, the Torah portion was it begins with taking the bones of Joseph. Right? There's an ark. Because the word for ark is also the word for coffin. Right? So the bones of Joseph.
And Samuel is sleeping by the ark.
Right.
What ark is that? Anyways, there was potentially the ark, and then there's battle arcs, and then there's little arcs. It could have been like there's more than just like one ark, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Any other specific topics?
No, I do need to get a little bit more work done, and this was a very fruitful conversation, and so I kind of want to leave it there. So Thank you so much, Kazi.
You got it. Catch you later. You know what? Okay, no, all good. I'll catch you guys later. Anyone watching, I hope I didn't confuse you too much. Luke, thank you very much, and I'm sorry if we hijacked your stream. Jess,
No, it was good. Those that were following were having a great time, and those who were lost just left. Okay. Goodbye.
Catch you later. Bye. No, Jerome, that's not what I mean at all. Run home into the sunset. Come on, go. Oh crap! Am I still streaming? Shoot. Chazi, what bands should I check? Should I check out? What bands should you check out? Which genre? What kind of? Yeah, what are you looking for? Like as far as like Israeli bands? Israeli music is so-so. Hello, Chris Howard. Wait, this is not. I can't.
Goodbye, everybody. I just popped in to end the stream. Goodbye, everybody.